Good afternoon, everyone. Hello? The President will be here in a few minutes, and he will begin summing up the results of the outgoing 24th year. I want to remind you that we have a combined format. This is both a press conference and a direct line with the citizens of our country. I ask you to show respect to your colleagues when I give questions to journalists, and ask them as concisely and clearly as possible. This will allow the President to answer more questions. The moderators, in fact, the co-presenters of today's program, will be Alexandra Suvorova and Dmitry Kulko. They will communicate with the President. They did a great job. They personally reviewed a lot, probably tens of thousands of citizens' appeals. They understand that citizens are asking and will help the President, in fact, identify those topics that are mainly on the agenda in our country. Please. Good afternoon. The program Results of the Year with Vladimir Putin is on the air. Traditionally, you could ask your question in several ways at once, and you can do it until the end of the program. Because my colleagues continue processing all incoming messages. First of all, by phone number 8800-200 exactly 4040. You can also send SMS or MS messages to the phone 04040. Ask your question through social networks Kontakt or Odnoklassniki. And besides, there is a website of Moscow Putin's Point of the Russian Federation, and an application of the same name. At the moment, according to the latest statistics, there are already more than 2,200,000 requests. At the same time, 1,200,000 of them are phone calls, some messages of about 43,000. And more than 140,000 people have applied through the site. Here we see how in real time, these numbers continue to increase. There are also interesting facts for those years, how the results of the year with Vladimir Putin are going. The fact is that before there was only a direct line format, it was held separately and separately press conferences. Here is such a combined format. It takes place for the third time. In the beginning it was before COVID, then after COVID. It is already the 23rd, now the 24th year, when the continuation of combined formats, where citizens of our country, and, of course, journalists can ask their questions. From statistics, it is interesting to have such figures. For example, the maximum number of questions that were asked in the 15th year. 2,250,000 appeals were received by the President. Now this number is lower, but I think that the point is also that there are regional direct lines. When the governors in the regions answer the questions of all citizens, and thus some of the questions are already being removed at the regional level. It is worth noting that if you add up all the time that Vladimir Putin answered all the questions during such formats, it is already more than 64 hours. Inclusion from the regions, they have been held since the very beginning of the 2001 year, and it is worth noting that this format will be, of course, today. Of course, over the years that the direct line and the results of the year have been passing, it is worth noting that people are very actively participating, and, of course, they send not only some questions, problems and requests to the head of state, but also words of gratitude. But now, given that the 19th of December is also a Happy New Year, there is also such a trend. Of course, today the focus, given the appeals that we have selected, is a huge block of social issues. A lot of issues related to a special military operation. Of course, there is a block of international topics. So here we go. President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. It is the third year that volunteers of the All-Russian Popular Front have been taking part in the preparation of our program and in the processing of appeals, but this year they have also been joined by veterans of a special military operation. All 10 days since the opening of the telephone line, they also received phone calls. But today the work of the ONF does not end. Moreover, we can say that it is just beginning, because immediately after the broadcast, the volunteers of the Popular Front will continue to work on these appeals so that none of them will be left without attention. And I would like to note that during the preparation for the Results of the Year program, some of the appeals have already been processed, and some of the issues have been resolved jointly by the volunteers of the Popular Front with the regional and federal authorities. There is another difference this year. Artificial intelligence firm Spur and Gigachot helped us in dealing with these appeals and questions. I know that you, Vladimir Vladimirovich, have already managed to get acquainted with him. Yes, Gigachot concluded that this technology allows not only to decipher audio messages into text, but also to highlight the meaning and essence of the problem, so the processing of appeals has significantly accelerated this year. And these Gigachot conclusions you will be able to see on the screen throughout the program. These are the main topics of citizens' appeals both in the country and in each region. And, of course, we will be referring to this virtual assistant throughout the program. But before we start asking the questions that citizens and, of course, our fellow journalists have, I would like to ask the first such general question from my side. Now it feels like the world has either gone crazy or is going crazy, because the conflict potential in all parts of the world is actually off the scale now. The global economy is also in a difficult situation. How Russia manages not only to stay afloat, but also to continue its growth. You know, when everything is calm, measured, stable, we are bored. Stagnation. I want to move. As soon as the movement begins, everything whistles at the temple. And seconds and bullets. Unfortunately, the bullets are whistling now. We're so scared. Horror, horror. Well, horror, but not horror, horror, horror. Everything is measured by the economy. Let's traditionally start with the economy. Despite your somewhat provocative question, let's go to the economy. Everything on the economy is the foundation of the foundations. This is the standard of living of citizens. This is stability. This is defense capability. Everything is based on the economy. The situation with the economy as a whole in Russia is normal, stable. We are developing, despite everything. Despite any external threats and attempts to influence us. Last year, as you know, we had economic growth of 3 and 6%. This year, it will be 3 and 9. And maybe 4 even. We will have to look at it, because the calculation of the results of the end of the year. It is counted almost in the first quarter of the next 2025, in this case of the year. And maybe there will be 4. This means that in 2 years our economy has grown by about 8%, because, as experts say, I have exchanged opinions this morning. Somewhere between tenths and hundredths of a percent is such a virtual thing. That is, about 8 in 2 years. In the States, 5 or 6, in the Eurozone, 1%. The leading Eurozone economy in Germany is 0. And, apparently, next year there will be 0. International financial and economic institutions have ranked Russia first in Europe in terms of economic volume, in terms of purchasing power parity, and 4th in the world. China, the United States, and India are ahead. We overtook Germany last year, and this year we overtook Japan. But this, you see, is not an indicator on which we should fall asleep and calm down. No, of course not. Everything is developing, everything is actively moving forward. If the Eurozone has fallen asleep, then there are other centers of world development. They are also moving forward. The situation is also changing in the Eurozone and in the United States. Therefore, we must maintain the momentum we have gained and change the quality in our economy. But there are other indicators that are generally satisfactory, to put it mildly. But, first of all, one of such serious indicators for all countries of the world, for all economies, is the unemployment rate. It is at an all-time low, 2 and 3%. This has never happened at all. This is the first one. The second is the growth of individual branches of production and industry. We have industrial growth of 4 and 4%, the processing industry 8 and 1/10%, and in the section by industry, for some even more. And yes, of course, inflation is such an alarming signal. Yesterday, when I was preparing for today's event, I spoke with the chairman of the central bank. Elvira told me it was somewhere between 9 and 3, 9 and 2, 9 and 3. But wages have increased by 9% in real terms. I want to emphasize this, minus inflation. And the disposable incomes of the population have also grown. So in general, this situation is stable, I repeat, and reliable. There are some problems here, I repeat, with this inflation. Both the government and the central bank are already setting the task of landing these rates. And next year, I think, according to various estimates, we should have about 2.5%, such a soft landing, in order to maintain macroeconomic indicators. This is what we should strive for. And we will probably talk more about this during our meeting today. In general, the situation is stable and reliable. One clarifying question, because there are really a lot of questions related to price increases. We will return to it later. You have now cited Germany and Japan as an example, but I want to stop in Germany, too, that there is 0% there. And you have cited just as one of the options for where economic growth used to be. Do you think this is probably related to politics and sovereignty? Because not so long ago, speaking at the VTB Russia Calls Forum, you recalled how at Gerhard Schroeder's birthday party, all the songs were in English, there was no German. There were. A curious episode like this. That was a long time ago. Gerhard had a birthday, he invited me, I came. And really a small concert was like this, and all the bands performed songs in English. I think I said then, even the Hanover Girls Choir sang in English. But there was one band that sang in German. This is the Cuban Cossack Choir, which I brought with me. Moreover, I am myself. It was a complete surprise for me. I asked them, how do you know this? They told me, out of respect for the Germans, out of respect for our hosts, for the host side, we learned on the way, and sang in German, including songs from this region where we were. Then many people came up to me during the break, and here I am saying what really happened. They came up and said, we are ashamed. Honestly, we are ashamed that only Russian Cossacks sang in German. And I said, colleagues who were at this event, which is now remembered. You know, sovereignty is a very important thing. He must be inside, in the heart. I think that in the post-war years, this feeling, the feeling of such a homeland and sovereignty, was erased from the German people. After all, who are the Europeans? They are all proud to be Europeans. But they are, first of all, French, Germans, Italians, Spaniards, and then Europeans. They are all trying to smooth out something there, to polish it, and in the end it affects everything, including the economy. I was talking about the growth of our economy. This is largely the result of strengthening sovereignty, including projected on the economy. Many manufacturers have left our market. What did it lead to? Our entrepreneurs have started to produce this product themselves. This brought to life the need to involve some additional research to be carried out by the Institute, including the Development Institute. And all this, and we are talking about it, is all about strengthening technological sovereignty. Sovereignty is different: defense, technological, scientific, educational, cultural. This is very important. This is especially important for our country, because with the loss of sovereignty, we lose statehood. This is the most important thing. And the strengthening of sovereignty is also the result of economic growth. Mr. President, I suggest we turn to the questions from our citizens. Here you are talking about economic growth. Indeed, if you look at the economic indicators, they look good. Most Russian enterprises are busy now, and wages are really growing, but they are not keeping up with the price increase. Many Russians wrote to us about this, and our artificial intelligence analyzed all these appeals and compiled a rating of regions where residents often asked questions about price increases. These are both eastern regions, for example, the Kamchatka territory, the Sakhalin region, as well as the westernmost regions of the country, the Kaliningrad region. Also, most of the appeals from residents of the Irkutsk region were associated with the price increase, that is, the topic is relevant. And of course, the previous few figures are relevant now, which are given, including now, to our tractor units with which we work. The most popular appeals related to imitation of bread, fish, milk, and butter. In addition, they also talk about rising fuel prices. That's just it, Daddy, from the fact that we selected the appeals of citizens who were on this topic. And if you look at even the official statistics of Росстат, which came in last night, we see that prices for fruit and vegetable products have increased by 3.4% over the past week, including, for example, cucumbers have risen by 10%, with a rise in price in November by 43%. First of all, I apologize to the audience, and especially to those who listen to us today. Follow our work on various media on the internet, when I said that price growth. Inflation is somewhere around 9%, with a little 9.2, 9.3. And there is both the growth of wages and disposable real incomes of the population, our average figures. And, of course, the country is huge, and somewhere someone will listen to me, say, "What are you talking about? What kind of welfare improvement? I have it as it was, and it is." And someone will say that I have less. This, of course, happens, there is such a thing. I'm talking about average figures, because when we plan something, we have to operate on something, rely on something. And we can't rely on anything other than averaged indicators. But there are things of an objective nature, and subjectively about the price increase here. Objectively, and what are they? And most importantly, the supply on the market should correspond to the income of the population or the income of the population. The purchasing power should correspond to the volume of goods produced in the country. Our incomes and wages grew at a faster pace than the growth of this commodity, mass and output. I'll explain. Let's say that our food production is constantly growing. I will say more about this. There will certainly be some questions about agriculture. Now, running forward, plus 3% annually. We fully provide ourselves with meat, 100%. Look at what's going on. This is a good indicator, but what is the reason? Our meat consumption per year is about 80 kilograms per person, and in the world 42, approximately average figures. It seems to be enough, but still our meat consumption has doubled recently. Do you understand? Twice. By milk. Milk production increases every year, but milk consumption also increases. There is not enough of it to produce oil. The increase in oil prices, I know, is 33 to 34%. In some regions, it is about the same, maybe somewhere more. There are no more products as much as consumption has increased. This is the first one. The second objective reason. And here, of course, you just need to work in the industry sense. I'm going to say more about it now. The second objective reason is the harvest. The third objective reason is the growth of world prices for some products. And, of course, to a certain extent, these restrictions, external sanctions, and so on affect. They are not of key importance, but they are still reflected in one way or another, because they increase the cost of logistics, and so on. But there are also subjective ones, and there are our shortcomings. For example, some experts believe that the central bank could more effectively and earlier start using certain tools that are not related to raising the key rate. Yes, the central bank started doing this sometime in the summer, but I repeat, these experts believe that this should have been done earlier. There are many of them. I will not list them now. And there is no need to bore our audience with these considerations about the various ways of regulating the central bank. The government, it works effectively, quite satisfactorily, and does a lot when it thinks about the future. You should always think about the future. We have, even in the most difficult times of the Great Patriotic War, we know these examples. We thought about the future and, as it turned out, did the right thing. And our government is thinking about the future, formulating tasks, national development goals, national projects. It's fine. But it would be nice to work in a timely manner and in the sectoral plan, in the sectoral context. To think about the development of industries, individual branches of production, consumer goods. I'm not going to repeat everything now. Maybe there will still be questions about certain industries. And it would be necessary to make these timely decisions. But this is an unpleasant and bad thing, in fact, the price increase. But I hope that on the whole, while maintaining macroeconomic indicators, we will also cope with this. Because macroeconomics is at the heart of the health of the economy as a whole. Vladimir Vladimirovich, today we have a combined format, a direct line of a press conference. I now propose to ask a question to our fellow journalists. And we feel like the audience is thirsty, really thirsty. Let me suggest it. Honor, Dmitry Sergeyevich. Well, you know, if we do this, then, unfortunately, we will show disrespect to everyone else. No, but let's do it anyway. Let's not do this anymore, but what's your name? Alina Kasayeva, Information Portal of the 15th Region, North Ossetia. Please, please. In today's realities, the issue of personnel military potential is becoming very important. There were many educational institutions in the North Caucasus that trained military specialists. In particular, in North Ossetia. These are the North Caucasian Wars Institute of Internal Troops, the university without exaggeration. Of the legendary family of its graduates of the hero of the Soviet Union, 14 heroes of Russia. To this day, its graduates continue to fulfill the successful and its tasks of our state. Former Interior Minister Anatoly Kulikov is among the graduates. Of the last graduates, Sergei Karudinov became a hero of Russia while participating in a special operation. Is there an opportunity to revive this educational institution, which is so necessary today, not only for the North Caucasus, but also for all of Russia? Alina, thank you for this question. The fact that this is a good discovery, do not be angry with Alan. And here's why. First of all, North Ossetia has always been an outpost of Russia in this direction in the Caucasus, and at all times justified this high purpose. We know how the people of the Republic treat their small homeland, and our big common homeland, Russia. We have always stood up for her, and performed this function very worthily, brilliantly. You mentioned the reduction of schools. This is not due to the fact that it was decided to close in Ossetia. This is due to the fact that the network of military schools in general, as considered by military experts, the military department, it was oversized. And there was no need for so many specialists, so many military personnel for such an army as the Russian army was. Now we are increasing the army and law enforcement units due to a number of circumstances to 1.5 million people. I can't say right now, yes, we will do it tomorrow. But I promise you that we will definitely work it out. We continue to work with the hall. Let's go back to the very center after all. Let's have Itar TASS, please. Put the microphone in the middle, Salt. Thank you. Mikhail Petrov, Editor-in-Chief of TASS. Mr. President, before I ask a question, I want to thank you. TASS celebrates its 120th anniversary this year. We are the oldest news agency in the country. This year, in August, you signed a decree awarding the TASS team with the Order for Valiant Labor. And so, on behalf of the entire large team of TASSov, I want to convey to you a big thank you. This is a high assessment of our work. As for the question, I think everyone is concerned about this issue today. Probably, by the way, when the TASSovs during the Great Patriotic War transmitted reports from the front. It probably also happened today, when our guys are working in the zone of a special military operation, they are worried about it. How do you assess the progress of the special military operation, which has been going on for almost 3 years? And has victory become closer? So, of course, I was counting on questions of this kind. There are a lot of them, and in the volume that were received over the previous days. And more than that, I am also grateful to you for this, because it gives us the opportunity to show what is happening, and what our guys are doing on the line of contact. You know, the fighters with whom I communicate regularly give me all sorts of souvenirs of their own, give me chevrons, give me some kind of weapons and so on. Quite recently, the soldiers of the 155th Marine Brigade of the Pacific Fleet handed me a copy of their battle banner. I would ask, who do we have here, who can I ask to assist? You approach me. Yes. Well, please look. Yes. And anyone from this side? Yes. I have a big request for you. Please stand here. And you're here. And this is the bottom, please unfold it from both sides. On the other hand, Marines of the Pacific Fleet. Yes, so I took it with me on purpose. From this side. So, first of all, I wanted to thank the guys for this gift first of all. Secondly, we will assume that this is the banner of the 155th Marine Brigade of the Pacific Fleet. All the battle banners of our fighters who are fighting now for Russia, for the motherland, on the entire line of contact, are represented here. I must say that the situation is changing dramatically. You know this well, I just want to confirm it. There is movement along the entire front line every day. And, as I have already said, we are not talking about advancing not 100, but 200 or 300 meters. Our fighters take away, return the territory in square kilometers. I want to emphasize, every day. Why is this happening? First of all, for the previous year, and so it is, in principle, such a classic of the development of military operations. First, the enemy climbs, they inflict serious defeats on him in equipment, in ammunition, in personnel. And then they begin to move forward themselves. That's exactly what happens with us. Combat operations are complicated things, so it's hard to think ahead, and there's no need, but they happen exactly like that. And we are moving, as you said, towards solving our primary tasks, which we outlined at the beginning of a special military operation. As for the guys, they are acting. I am constantly talking about it, and I will repeat it, because there is every reason for this. They act heroically. The capabilities of the armed forces are increasing. Right now, the 155th Brigade is fighting in the Kursk region, knocking out the enemy from our territory. Of course, they are not alone there. Another 810th Marine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet, the 76th and 106th Airborne Divisions. Motorized infantry of the Northern Military District, the Northern Grouping, are fighting there. Everyone is fighting, just literally, heroically. And now, at the moment, they are fighting with the wishes of everyone, both those who are fighting in the Kursk region and those who are fighting on all front lines. Good luck, victory, and returning home. Vladimir Vladimirovich, I have just returned from the Kursk region, and these are the units and formations that you spoke about, which are now fulfilling their sacred duty, liberating our land. We worked with them for several weeks at the forefront, shooting reports. The 155th Brigade, in particular, liberated several settlements. We also talked about this. And so we show in the reports that when the enemy was knocked out of the settlement, he begins to hit these streets with drones and artillery in retaliation. And so we came to the newly liberated Borky, with nakedness, Lyubomovka, and this can be seen on the footage. The houses are whole. And then Ukrainian shells arrive in them. That is, the residents of the border now simply have nowhere to return. They are trying to somehow build a new life, and I suggest now to contact Tatiana Nikolaevna Zibrova by phone. She is now forced to live in a temporary accommodation facility in the Kursk region. Tatiana Nikolaevna, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear.
Ask your question to the President.
Hello, dear Vladimir Vladimirovich. I am a resident of the Kursk region, Bolshisoldatsky district. Here I have such a question for you from all residents of the Kursk region. When they liberate our Kursk region in general, when they drive the Apu so far away that they don't even dare to show their nose to us, and so they can't even look in our direction. When we will be able to return to our homes or somewhere else so that we have our own housing. And one more thing. Will the small villages that were destroyed be restored? Will the infrastructure be restored there? And it is from the residents of Bolshisoldatsky district that we have such a question. Will the residents of Bolshisoldatsky be included in the list for obtaining housing certificates? Because now it does not issue them to us, since the VISO has not visited us, and we are not listed in the lists for obtaining a certificate.
Tatiana Nikolaevna, there is no doubt. I can't right now. I don't want to just name a specific date when they will knock out. The guys are fighting. There's a fight going on right now. And such fights are serious. I have already said this for no clear reason. There is no military sense. There was no. Not to enter the armed forces of Ukraine in the Kursk region. Not to hold on now as they do. They throw their best assault groups and units there for slaughter. But nevertheless it happens. We will definitely absolutely knock it out, absolutely for sure. It can't be any other way. But the question is about a specific date. Sorry, I just can't do it right now. I imagine. I know there are plans. There are plans, they report to me on a regular basis. But it's just not done that way to such a number, because... And the guys can hear me. A day or two, I will name such a date, and they will go by all means to this date. They will not take into account losses. We can't do this. In this case, it doesn't really matter anymore. But it will definitely be knocked out, and after that it will be possible to assess the damage. But the most important thing is the third. Everything will be restored. There can't even be any doubt. We will restore the road network, communal infrastructure, and social facilities, schools, kindergartens. We will restore clubs, housing, of course. Certificates for the restoration of housing will also be issued. Those who want to move, we will help them move to other regions. We have now allocated for these purposes, if my memory does not change, about 108 billion rubles. The first money, I know, has already been received. The administration will work all holidays. He will work all the holidays, meet people, and solve issues, including certificates. I understand that there is nothing good in this, in what is happening to you. People bear heavy losses and inconveniences such household, especially related to children. But we will definitely do everything, do not doubt, Tatiana Nikolaevna, we will restore everything. And everyone who needs housing restoration, everyone will be satisfied in this sense, everyone will receive everything that is due. And I very much hope that the new head of the region, who has been appointed to the Kursk region, is, in principle, an experienced person who knows how to work directly with people. That's why I assigned him there. He has been working in the State Duma for a long time, working directly with his voters, and knows how to do it. I hope that it will be so. Individual work with everyone will be established. Vladimir Vladimirovich, our fighters, who are liberating the Kursk region right now, do not have the status of a participant in their own. There is no status of a member of the SVO. They are participants in a counter-terrorist operation. And this affects, among other things, the payments they receive. And so several appeals were written to us. These are mainly the wives of servicemen. My husband serves in an assault company, is in the Kursk region, performs combat missions. In October and November, he received a monetary allowance of 42,000 rubles, even though he is in combat positions. Many fighters have not received combat per diem payments for 3 or 4 months. They argue that they are in the WHO zone, and not with. And here's another appeal. In the Kursk region, they pay a monthly allowance of 25,000 rubles, and not 210,000 rubles. As promised in the contracts of the Ministry of Defense. Is it possible to fix this situation? It is possible and necessary. This is our omission, but for me this is unexpected information. I understand what you're talking about. Those fighters are servicemen who fought in other sectors of the front. They are participants in hostilities. And if they were moved to the Kursk region, they should receive everything. I'll check it out. Probably, there is a category that previously did not take any part at all, did not fight on the line of contact, immediately fell into the Kursk region and did not fall into the category of participants in a special military operation. To be honest, it never occurred to me. I'm sorry, but this will all be fixed. It's a pity that the military department did not pay attention to it. After all, this is primarily their responsibility. We will fix everything. Everyone will receive everything that is due to the servicemen who fulfill their duty to the motherland. On the line of contact. Vladimir Vladimirovich, we will recalculate it retroactively. Thank you very much. There is no doubt. I know personally the fighters who are now. I want the guys to hear me. The guys are not worried, and let your families not worry. Everything will be recalculated, and all the payments due, and the combat, everything that is due, everything will be fulfilled. Vladimir Vladimirovich, you have already said today that the High Command is simply sending its special forces to the Kursk region for slaughter. Indeed, the losses are colossal, it literally catches the eye. To be honest, I have never seen so many abandoned enemy bodies. Indeed, all the forest plantations are littered with them. And how much NATO equipment our fighters have accumulated. Abrams, Bradleys, and Leopards. You know, as they say, now the Kursk region, on this Kursk land, there is the world's largest cemetery of NATO equipment. Maybe. Yes. But the only such moment. Now the number of armored vehicles destroyed in the Kursk region has, in my opinion, outgrown the number of vehicles destroyed by our guys over the past year on the entire line of contact. Roughly comparable figures. Allow me to ask, to put in a word for the fighters, for the very ones who knocked out this technique. And will they receive the promised reward? for the damaged equipment. They should, of course. Is there a problem with that? It's going a little hard, to be honest. Strange. I know that the defense minister is listening to our conversation right now. It will all be done. No one should even have doubts about this. Everything will be done. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe we'll go to the gym already. Yes. Yes, after all, the hall too. Let's us. Well, since the military theme, come on, the TV channel Zvezda, please. Good afternoon. Zvezda TV channel, Konstantin Kakoveshnikov. I can't help but ask about the statements that we have heard from you over the past few weeks, talking about the footage of the first combat tests of the newest Oreshnik missile that has been replicated all over the world. It seems that she really has no flaws. But in the West, for example, they continue to call the Hazel modifications of old Soviet weapons, and say that this missile can be shot down, can shoot down the air defense, even at the launch stage. How would you comment on this? Does it have any disadvantages? And, if I may, a clarifying question. What kind of meaning did the creators of Hazel put into its name? Because there are different options on this score. The first is about how old or new weapons are, modern. This is a modern, very new weapon. Everything that is done in any field of activity is based on some previous developments, on previous achievements, and then people take a step forward. That's all the same for the holiday. Yes, there were developments, and, by the way, developments already of the Russian period of time. On this basis, scientists, designers, engineers thought about what else to do, coordinated their position with the Ministry of Defense, with the customer. In the end it came to me too, and I also took part in the final decision on whether to produce it, not to produce it, to what extent, when, how. And it was done. This is a new weapon. I repeat once again, these are medium and shorter range weapons. You said that some experts in the West believe that it is easy. Such a missile is easily shot down, destroyed, especially on the initial flight path. What can I say to such experts? There are several types of air defense systems. As you know, you are from the stars, so these are Patriots. These are more modern systems that. I don't know if they are in Ukraine or not, in my opinion, not. If the Americans decide to put, let them put that. These are more modern, somewhere similar to our C-400. If a Patriot somewhere can be correlated with the C-300 of the Russian system, then that is somewhere with 400. The characteristics are not weaker, but in general out of 400. Let them put it on. We will ask our guys in Ukraine to tell us, maybe, some modern, valuable solutions are there for us. When I say our guys, I speak without irony. We have someone to talk to in Ukraine. And there are a lot of our guys there who also dream with us of ridding their country of the neo-Nazi regime. But there are other means of destruction. These are missile defense systems, which have been talked about a lot, discussed a lot with us. We once begged the Americans. And they are not deploying this system, so that we do not need to create a overcoming system. In the end we did it. Remember, the Vanguard appeared in our planning unit, which does not fly along such a trajectory, creeps along the ground, does not go into space, is not a ballistic missile, and so on. We have done a lot to overcome missile defense. And in general, from the point of view of the interests of American taxpayers, this whole story is a costly thing that gives little to ensure the security of their country. But this system has nevertheless been created to a considerable extent. Two positional areas have been created, one in Romania and one in Poland. And there on combat duty is already under 24 against the rocket. I don't remember anymore. In my opinion, they are called Standard 3. In Romania, this is one, in my opinion, a modification of 1B. The range of defeat is 300 kilometers. The height of defeat is from 80 to 250 kilometers. In Poland, there are more formidable weapons, newer. There, the interception range is already 1,000 kilometers, and the altitude is 500 kilometers. But we have a hazelnut. This is a medium-range weapon. And medium-range weapons are 1,000, 1,503 and more, up to 5,500. That's the range. Now let's imagine that our system is at a distance of 2,000 kilometers. But it's just that even the anti-missiles located on the territory of Poland will not reach it. In the first section, in the acceleration section, they say the vulnerability is great. Well, first of all, nothing will fly there, even if these positional areas are not protected, and they are, of course, protected. Nothing is flying. There are no such systems that fly there, first of all. And the second, after all, it takes time to fly such a distance. We have in a few seconds, the breeding of combat units begins. And that's it, the train left. So there is no chance of shooting down these missiles. Well, and if those Western experts, about whom you said, think so, let them offer us. And let them offer those in the Western United States who pay them for their analysis to make some kind of technological experiment. Well, let's say such a high-tech duel of the 21st century. Let them determine some kind of target for destruction, say in Kiev, concentrate all their air defense and missile defense forces there. And we will strike the hazels there and see what happens. We are ready for such an experiment. Whether the other side is ready. In any case, we do not rule it out, bearing in mind that all missile defense and air defense systems are still in their work. And it will be interesting for us. This is what I have told you. Engineers, scientists, military specialists tell me. There is also something telling at the level of the political leadership in the states. Let's conduct such an experiment, such a technological duel, and see what happens. Interesting. I think it will be useful both for us and for the American side. Come on. What? Why such a name? Honestly, I don't know. Let's have some more with the audience. At least one more question from the hall. Let's go that way. Here I see a Russian newspaper, maybe something about peaceful affairs.
Rossiyskaya Gazeta S. Vladimir Vladimirovich, you have recently signed a decree on changing the nuclear doctrine. Do you think the signals were correctly heard to the West? Did you understand it correctly?
I do not know how they understood. It is necessary to ask them. I know what the content of these changes is, but it's not a new doctrine. It's really changes. I will name some key things. We are talking about some military dangers, new ones that may develop into military threats. This is the appearance of these missile defense systems, and some other things, and we call them. Then we talk about increasing the responsibility of non-nuclear states that can take part in aggression against the Russian Federation, together with countries that possess nuclear weapons. And if such countries, like their allies, pose threats to our sovereignty, to Russia's very existence, then we mean that we consider ourselves entitled to use our nuclear weapons against them as well. And, finally, one more thing. Components related to the management of nuclear weapons. And another, fourth important thing, is that we announced that if the same threats are created for our ally, a member of the Union State, for Belarus, then the Russian Federation will consider it the same as creating similar threats for Russia itself. And we will do everything to ensure the security of Belarus. We are doing this in coordination with the Belarusian leadership, in coordination with the President of Belarus, Alexander Grigoryevich Lukashenko. And I think this is a very important component of the updated nuclear strategy of the Russian Federation. Let's ask one more question from the audience, pretending that you have your hand on the microphone. No, we agreed that we would not shout, and we would respect each other. Let's not shout, and let's respect. But we will give the word to the Arctic. Let's obey the authorities. Vladimir Vladimirovich, good afternoon. Daria Shukana, Komi Republic, the Republic newspaper. Well, first of all, thank you so much for returning our countryman Rostislav Ganstein to the region. He is now in Rio, and let's say he immediately started working right off the bat, because he knows the region well. Thank you for your personnel choice. He is a good leader, a sensitive person, and very stable and systematic. I hope he succeeds today. Thank you for it. And to the proposals? In our country, in the Arctic territories, in the Far East, in the regions of the Far North, and in the Komi Republic, there are many settlements of up to 2,000 inhabitants. And, unfortunately, such settlements do not fall into a very good state program for the arrangement of cinemas. We understand that we have people in the north who are devoted to their small homeland. They do not leave megacities. They serve the country precisely in their villages and villages. And, let's face it, there is not much leisure in the north. Moreover, the patriotic component of our national cinematography is developing very actively now. And, well, it would be great if it were possible to adjust this criterion in the program by law, so that northern settlements up to 2,000 inhabitants could fall under, so that people in comfortable modern conditions could watch movies. And as for the theme of my poster, you were in our student team in your youth, and like no one else, you know how effective this Soviet practice was. Today, unfortunately, the topic is not clearly spelled out by law. Is it possible to amend the 44th law so that, when it comes to state and municipal contracts, when it comes to construction projects at the expense of the budget, so that at least 10 to 15% of general construction work can be laid on student teams? Because for young people this is a good new work experience and earnings. For enterprises, it is a personnel help, and for regions, it is an acceleration of the construction of very necessary social facilities. Once again, where are these 10% from? From general construction works, so that they could lay the funds that are provided for the construction industry, partly going to Moscow. I will talk with Kusnelin. Probably it is possible. We are now engaged in revival. It is reborn. I think that it has actually been revived, the construction detachments, the movement of construction detachments. But such a financing mechanism is possible. I think it's being used, by the way, but I'll check it out, and I'll definitely talk to Marit Shakovich, okay? And Jim's or. You know, it's completely unexpected for me. First of all, as for the Arctic zone, we have maintained preferential mortgages, they're at 2%. Just as the Far East and the Arctic have mortgages at 2%, which, in my opinion, is very important. People use this benefit. 2% is also retained for new territories. This is the first one. Secondly, we are doing a whole program in this zone for individual settlements. These are 25 cities, in my opinion. Agglomerations, and we will expand this throughout the country to 200 cities. If we are talking about small settlements, they may not be included in these plans for the development of agglomeration. And individual cities 25 in number. And of course, we will see what can be done additionally for small settlements for the Arctic zone. Of course, this is very important because most of them there are small in terms of population. But apparently, they proceeded from the fact that it is necessary to develop a fast internet here, and so on, that this is enough. But I agree with you, when this happens in the cinema, there is a different atmosphere, a different mood. I will definitely look at it. I marked it. And all the more so because we really have a very high-quality Russian patriotic cinema now. Yes, I agree. But this is a separate topic. Many producers are leaving us there, and God grant them health. And this pushes our own production, including film production. It's true. And taking into account such a unifying rise of society, uniting people, the rise of society is, of course, very important. And historical, our fairy tales, epics and so on are being revived. I myself sometimes watch it with pleasure with my close kids. So you're right. I have marked it, we will try it. To react to this is good. Let's continue one more haul. Dear friends, with all due respect, by asking 2 questions in a row, you deprive one of your colleagues of the opportunity to ask his question. Don't listen to Peskov. Let's go this way then. Come on, we have. Who do we have? Come on, Krasnoyarsk. Come on, Krasnoyarsk. Hello, Dmitry Novikov, Yenisei TV channel, Krasnoyarsk City. Vladimir Vladimirovich, you called Krasnoyarsk the center of Russia. Now the city is preparing to celebrate its 400th anniversary, which, excuse me for interrupting, for God's sake don't be angry, but I didn't call it the geographical center of Russia. The city is preparing to celebrate its 400th anniversary. We will celebrate it in 2028 year, and, of course, taking this opportunity, we would like to invite you to Krasnoyarsk for the anniversary. Well, my question is the following. The head office of Rushydro is moving to Krasnoyarsk now. It was your initiative. And it seems that it would be logical to continue this work with respect to a number of other companies, not only state, but also business structures. For the region, these are additional taxes, but also, of course, new opportunities for development. Are you considering this possibility? First of all, I think it is very correct and some, maybe even federal agencies, should be transferred to various different centers of the country. It still pushes this development. We are trying to concentrate all judicial power in St. Petersburg. In some countries, all of this is happening. First of all, it detaches a separate branch of government, the judiciary, from the presidential office, from the government, makes it even geographically more independent, and gives the functions of a capital city, in this case St. Petersburg. But other centers, such as Krasnoyarsk, of course, need the tax component to work brighter. And so that taxes are paid at the place of production. And it's just a boost to the development of the region. We will do it. The process is complicated. You said about Roshid. Indeed, when I appointed Akman Viktor Viktorovich to this position, or rather, blessed the future head of the Rusguider, I immediately said, "Are you ready to move to Krasnoyarsk?" He says, "Yes." I say, "And the wife? She'll agree. But it takes such a long time, you know, and you need the footage to be in place. So it's very difficult to drag people away from Moscow, not because they are lazy or don't want to go to Siberia. Children, schools, kindergartens, institutes are such a complex process, and personnel must be trained on the spot. Nevertheless, Roshydro is moving there. We will definitely work to ensure that large companies, and I repeat, some other authorities and administrations move to other regions of Russia. The territory is huge, the largest territory in the world. And, of course, it is necessary to distribute large production centers, companies and management bodies across the country. There is a limit to everything, because after all, let's say the president, the government, they have to be close somewhere. Very close interactions. But nevertheless, it is necessary to follow this path, and we will try to do it. Thank you so much for the invitation. And some businessmen even offered to move the capital to Krasnoyarsk. There were such conversations. Well, yes, about Krasnoyarsk, Irkutsk. On Peter the Great was going to do it all where? In the south. I chose between St. Petersburg and the southern city of Taganrog. I wanted to go to Taganrog. Initially, there was an idea to make Taganrog the capital of the empire. I'm sorry, I just saw Andrei Rudenko here, a respected military commander from Donetsk. I can't help but give them Moscow. Please, Andrei. Vladimir Vladimirovich, I have been working in the Donbas as a war correspondent since 2014 year. Today I am the head of Truk Donetsk. I have a question like this, it's quite serious. Throughout the Donbass, in the Kherson region, Zaporozhye, grandiose restoration work is underway. But we are not stopping the war, we are moving forward. The enemy is destroying settlements. Do we have the strength and means to fully restore our historical territories that we have regained for ourselves? That's enough, there shouldn't even be any doubt about it. We have a huge program for the restoration and development of these territories. It is designed for up to 2030th year, and work is already underway there, and will be conducted in a number of directions. This is the restoration of the road network. This is the restoration of housing. This is the restoration of housing and communal services, social and cultural facilities. Let's say on the roads. Within 3 years, we plan to bring the entire road network of these regions into a standard Russian state. And you know firm there that this work is already underway. Let's say there is an already implemented beginning, the theme. We are planning to build a ring road around the Sea of Azov, which has become the inland sea of the Russian Federation. And it will be the same road as Tavrida and the Crimea. 4-lane traffic, with all the advantages of such a route. One part has already been done, from the beginning only from the same Taganrog to Mariupol. This is a small area, 40 kilometers, but planning goes around everything, around the entire Sea of Azov. There is another road between Mariupol and Donetsk. It is almost 100 kilometers, to be more precise, in my opinion. 97. Therefore, the entire road network will be restored. I repeat, it is secured with money. Some social facilities have already been commissioned. Well, let's say there is a world-class perinatal center in Donetsk. This is a world-class center. There is a medical center in Mariupol, in the Zaporozhye region. In the south, there is a very large clinical children's hospital planned. The locals asked, and the governor insisted on it. Now, in my opinion, the planning is already underway. We will definitely build. In general, we have a lot of work planned in all these areas until the 2030th year. 21,000 objects have already been recreated, and 11,000 at the expense of the federal budget, and 10,000 objects at the expense of the regional chiefs from all over the Russian Federation. By the way, I want to look directly into the camera and thank the leaders and residents of these regions for this huge help. This is a national task. This is what is done. But over the next 5 to 6 years, we have to restore and build another 20,000 objects. And all of this will be done. As for the Luhansk People's Republic, I wanted to say, for all the time, there has never existed, I mean, during the administration of Ukraine there have never been roads. To date, there are ideal roads throughout the Luhansk People's Republic. People are immensely grateful. But this is the most necessary thing that we will have to do more. As for specific regions, I would like to address their residents and those regions, and say, and to the whole of Russia, so that people also know throughout the country that these regions have a very good development potential. The tax potential is very large. From the same Luhansk People's Republic, taxes that are collected have increased by 90, in my opinion, 7%. In Donbass, in my opinion, there is already a 69% increase in taxes. In Zaporozhye, in Kherson, it is generally measured there. Growth is measured in hundreds of percent. There, however, the relatively relevant figures are much smaller, the base is much smaller, but the growth is hundreds of percent, 200+%, and there, and there. In other words, the tax base is good, the revival is going fast enough, and all these regions are becoming self-sufficient. Yes, we need to support people. We need to help in time, lend a shoulder. The country is doing this and will continue to do so until these regions fully enter Russia, not legally, but in terms of social development and economic development. Clarifying one question. Vladimir Vladimirovich, are you talking about taxes now? Do you mean the collection? About tax collection in these regions. I repeat once again, I may be mistaken in something, but in Donetsk the growth has already amounted to about 79%. In Lugansk in general 90+, and in Kherson and Zaporozhye, in these areas, 200% and more growth. There are absolute numbers less, but the base was smaller. But just this trend, it is stable. By the way, in general, there are a lot of different issues coming from the new regions, including the calculation of pensions. The fact is that often the experience that was obtained earlier in Ukraine is not taken into account now. Often people simply do not have documents. Let's listen to the video message of pensioner Leonid Shipilev now. Please. I am Leonid Shipilev, a pensioner from Krasny Estuary. I have 45 years of experience. At the moment, I live in the city of Donetsk for my daughter, as fighting is underway in the Red Estuary. In May of the 22nd year, my house burned down during the shelling, my workbook burned down. In this regard, I cannot achieve a fair recalculation of the pension. The only document that can confirm my experience is a certificate of 5 approx. In July of this year, I submitted it to the pension fund of the Kalininsky district of Donetsk. But so far I have not received any response. I ask you to help me understand the current situation. Leonid Nikolaevich, yes, these are such everyday problems, but they are important for people. I understand this perfectly well. You need to confirm the experience. It was difficult to do this until recently, but just recently a law was passed that the entire length of service received by a person in previous years, decades, it is counted and counted. In my opinion, the relevant federal law was adopted in November. Therefore, there are grounds for resolving your issue. There are regulatory legal grounds. All questions of this kind, even if there are no documents, they are closed with witness statements and decisions of interdepartmental regional commissions. And I really ask the leadership of the Republic to structure its work in such a way that issues of this kind are resolved without unnecessary bureaucracy. Just recently, I talked with the head of Pushilin, the head of the Donetsk People's Republic. He told me about how he received a delegation from Africa. We are very glad to our friends, guests, and he is going to go to Africa. This is very good and it's right, we need to maintain relations. But I want to remind him that there is also Leonid Nikolaevich, who also needs to be paid attention to. And I hope that the work of the interdepartmental regional commissions will continue. The work will be set up properly. I repeat once again, especially since there is a legal basis, the relevant federal law has been adopted. Indeed, a lot of appeals now come with the question of the loss of documents, and we are talking not only about pensions, but also about education, property rights. But here I want to quote a few more messages. You know, as I have already said, these issues are closed by decisions of interdepartmental commissions and so-called witness statements. This is not about some kind of lawsuit. but about getting reliable information from neighbors, colleagues, and so on and so on. Another big topic in this region is housing. And a lot of appeals and calls have been received from Mariupol and those who expected to receive housing as compensation, but have not yet been able to do so. Here are a few of them. Mariupol needs help in the construction of combination housing. How long do we have to change the removable one? This sums came with this text. Then the houses were built in the spring, but the settlement has not yet begun. Alexei Sigankov writes about this in one of the appeals. There are actually a lot of them, too. That's just what we selected. We pay a lot of attention to Mariupol, and it is deserved. It's a big city. Before the outbreak of hostilities, 430,000 people officially lived there. Local leaders say that it is actually not, so that more than 470,000 people live. Maybe there are more than 3,000 apartment buildings there. I've been there, I know all that. And colleagues from the government report regularly. About 1,700 houses have been restored. But not all have been entered. Documents for more than 500 houses are still being processed, but they are already there. What's going on there? Here's what. Houses are being restored there and built anew. Where the houses are not subject to restoration, the local authorities, because the houses, decided to demolish and transfer these plots for development to developers. And there is commercial housing that can be obtained on a mortgage at 2%, because these mortgages of 2% remain in the new territories. By the way, there is actually a construction boom going on there to a certain extent. And according to our estimates, at least 300,000 people have already returned to Mariupol. And the population continues to grow rapidly. We are engaged in roads, schools, social culture, and medicine. A large medical center has recently appeared. And educational institutions, and we will continue to do this. But as for housing, I repeat, there are houses that have been transferred to developers, but people, citizens, have the right to get housing, at least near the place where they used to live. It is better in the same place, if the house is being restored, and people need to provide housing there. Or if a house built by so-called developers appears in this place, then everything should be done, so that a person can get not somewhere on the outskirts, outside the city, but near the place where he lived earlier. There are 5,000 abandoned apartments in the city. Local authorities need to stop holding them, but they also need to be distributed among people. Of course, everything should be legal. Someone else is coming back. We need to think it all over, but these issues need to be resolved. One thing I can say for sure, everyone who is entitled to compensation will receive this compensation. If not, please contact the relevant local and federal authorities. In my opinion, these decision-making centers are located there. They are created, they are available. If my memory does not change, they are located right on Merit Street. It was Merit Shakersyanovich who reported this to me. If the place is not confused, I think it's there. Vladimir Vladimirovich, speaking about the southern regions, I would also like to mention the environmental situation that developed after the crash of 2 tankers during a storm in the Kerch Strait. Oil products washed ashore on the beach near Anapa, and now, as we know, this pollution is spreading towards Gelendzhik. And the situation is getting worse. Now, emergency workers, volunteers, and ordinary residents have come out to clean the shore. They shoot videos, post them on social networks, and have also sent them to our program. I suggest we take a look now. Please. Adapa and Anapa district have not seen such natural catalysts yet. 45 kilometers of sandy beaches are flooded with fuel oil. Fuel on the entire sandy coast. Dead birds and other animals are carried out by the wave, and immediately a new wave rolls in, which brings fuel again and again. All these tons ended up on the sandy beaches of our resort. The forces of volunteers cannot cope here. Vladimir Vladimirovich, here are some terrifying shots from the resort beaches. I know that you have already given instructions to eliminate the consequences of the emergency as soon as possible, but is there any way to speed up this work and somehow minimize this pollution? First of all, it is, of course, an environmental problem. It is quite obvious. And law enforcement agencies evaluate the actions of ship captains. They reported to me that, in their opinion, the ship captains violated the relevant rules, did not go to shelter in time. Some ships went into hiding, everything is fine with them, but they did not leave, and they anchored in the wrong place. But let the relevant services of the Ministry of Transport and law enforcement agencies deal with this. This is the first one. The second, of course, now I don't know right at this point in time what is happening, but yesterday the assault continued. 4 or 5 points, and it works quite difficult. But to the extent that somewhere on Saturday, in my opinion, the sea should calm down after all. And it will be possible to set up work. Why am I saying that this is a big disaster, a catastrophe? Because almost 40% of the fuel leaked out. This is quite obvious, it is also clear. Some are in a submerged state, some have sunk, some are in a semi-submerged state near the shore, and we need to work with this. There are different services of different departments. This includes the Ministry of Natural Resources, the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of Emergency Situations. And this work should be coordinated. I asked the Prime Minister to organize a working group. It is headed by Vitaly Savleev, Deputy Prime Minister for Transport. And all services work regularly. And they report to me about what is happening. It is necessary to study, and it will be necessary to study, in what condition the tanks are. And, of course, we need to think about what to do in the near future. This problem should be broken down by time into at least stages. The first stage is now. Everything needs to be done in order to fence off this bond site, having to prevent this spot from spreading. Secondly, everything must be done to remove this fuel that appears on the shore. As Governor Kondrativ Ivanovich reported to me yesterday and the day before yesterday, he says, I have concentrated a group of about 4,000 people. In principle, he did not say that any other measures are required now, but if it is necessary, of course, we will be ready to deploy an additional grouping of the Ministry of Emergency Situations. But still, this is what needs to be done now. And this fuel, this heating oil, it has its own properties. At certain temperatures, it is such a solid material. America is thrown out in this form, and it needs to be cleaned. But somewhere in May, some of this fuel oil material has already gone to the bottom, and somewhere in May, it may rise at other temperatures and also be thrown out. And therefore, we are already preparing for the moment when the water temperature rises. And now we need to think about what we should do with the rise. One way or another, it is necessary to somehow pull out under the flooded tanks to the shore. We need to strengthen them now so that nothing leaks out, so, to bring a towel there, so-called, and then do a project. This is a separate big job, to do a project, and pull all these tanks from the poplars to the shore. It's a lot of work. The government is engaged in this, and I very much hope that the time will not be lost. Let's have a couple of questions, a couple of 3, in the hall a little bit. A couple. If you don't mind, here I see our American colleagues of journalists. Please. Here I see NBC. The middle of the middle sector here. Yes, yes. Please.
Simmons from NBC News. Two questions in English, if you don't mind. Sorry, Mr. Peskov. The first one is about President-elect Trump.
It concerns President-elect Trump. Mr. President, you failed to achieve the goal of a special military operation.
Russians have died, including
A large number of Russians died. The general, which was attacked here in Moscow this week,
supported, has been.
and on Syria, which you supported.
President-elect Trump.
Mr. President, when you meet with President Trump, you will be a weaker leader.
What are you going to offer?
What are you going to do? What can you offer? Tell him, the Commission. And the second question, Mr. President. American, a journalist who went missing in Syria. I sent it to you and asked for help. In search of my son, because she said you have ties to the Syrian government and former President Assad. Are you ready to ask President Assad to provide information about what happened in order to be able to find this missing business cans journalist?
Once again, please repeat your question in the part of the journalist. Where has he disappeared? What's there? Where? Are the journalists missing? When? What happened to him there?
I have a letter here.
I have a letter that was sent this week by the mother of an American journalist,
Who is missing in Syria. He's been missing.
which disappeared without Vesey. He went missing 12 years ago. His name is, and in this letter, she asks for your help in finding him, because, as she says, you have such close ties with the former president of Syria.
Ask President Assad for
Can you ask President Assad?
about Austin Tice.
Provide information regarding.
She's prepared to come to Moscow.
She said that she is ready to come to Moscow, if it is necessary, if it helps, in order to get possible information about her son.
I get it. If I'm being honest with you, please sit down. To be honest, I'm still. Yes, I haven't seen President Assad yet after his arrival in Moscow, but I plan to do it. I will definitely talk to him. But you and I, adults, understand. 12 years ago, a man disappeared in Syria. 12 years ago. We understand what the situation was there 12 years ago. There were active hostilities, and on both sides. Does President Das himself know this about what happened to this American citizen and journalist, who, as I understand it, fulfilled his journalistic duty in the war zone? But, nevertheless, I promise that I will definitely ask this question. Just as I can ask a question, we can ask questions to those people who control the situation on the ground in Syria today. You said that what can we offer, or I can offer to the president, the newly elected President Trump, when we meet with him? Well, first of all, I do not know when we will meet with him, because he does not say anything about it. I haven't spoken to him at all for more than 4 years, and I'm ready for that, of course, at any time. And I will be ready to meet him if he wants it. You said that this conversation would take place in a situation where I would be in some kind of weakened state. Dear colleagues, and I say dear ones, because, despite all the persecution of our press, we allow you to work in Russia, and you do it freely. It's already good. You and the people who pay you wages in the United States would very much like Russia to be in a weakened position. I have a different point of view. I believe that Russia has become much stronger over the past 2 or 3 years. Why? Because we are becoming a truly sovereign country. We are no longer dependent on many people. We are able to confidently stand on our feet from the point of view of the economy. I have already mentioned the pace of economic development. We are strengthening our defense capability, According to the readiness of our armed forces today, I confidently say, they are in the highest place in the world. On the highest place in the world. The same applies to our defense industry. We are increasing the production of everything that is needed for our armies and fleets, and both at the moment and in the future. We are doing this quite confidently, at a fast pace, which cannot be said about our opponents. We have already talked about the successes of our armed forces. Last but not least, this is due to the growth of production of the defense industries of the Russian Federation. And we are doing this, I repeat, confidently and quite rationally. It was said that our troops are advancing on the line of contact. And what? At the expense of what? In particular, due to the availability of the equipment that I have just said. Yes, almost all NATO countries are at war with us. But here we were talking about our inflation, and what's going on there. One shell is 155 millimeters. It cost 2,000 euros 2 years ago. Now it is building 8. 4 times more expensive. If everything develops at the same pace, then not only 2% on defense spending, which the newly elected US president, Mr. Trump, has always insisted on and is now insisting on, will not be enough for NATO countries. 3% won't be enough. The training, combat readiness, and internal state of the Russian troops is such that, perhaps, no army in the world has it today. Therefore, I believe that Russia is to a large extent in the state that we sought today. She got stronger. It has become a truly sovereign country. And we will make decisions without any regard for the opinion of others. We will be guided only by our national interests. You mentioned Syria. You and those who, I repeat, pay salaries, want to present everything that is happening in Syria as some kind of failure of Russia's defeat. I assure you that this is not the case, and I'll tell you why. After all, we came to Syria 10 years ago so that a terrorist enclave would not be created there, like what we observed in some other countries, say in Afghanistan. In general, we have achieved our goal, and even those groups that once fought with the Assad regime, with government troops, they have also undergone internal changes. It is not for nothing that many European countries and the United States want to establish relations with them today. If they are terrorist organizations, why are you climbing there? So they've changed, haven't they? And this means that, to a certain extent, the goal has been achieved. Next, we had no troops on the ground in Syria. They just weren't there. There are 2 of our bases there, the Air Force and the Naval one. The ground component consisted of the armed forces of Syria itself, and some, as we all know, there is no secret here, the so-called pro-Iranian combat formations. We even withdrew from there at one time due to special operations. We didn't just fight there. But what was going on there? That's when armed opposition groups approached Aleppo. Aleppo was defended by about 30,000 people. 350 militants entered the city. The government troops, and with them the so-called pro-Iranian units, withdrew without a fight, blew up their positions and left. And also practically, well, except for small exceptions, where there were some clashes, but it was also all over Syria. If earlier, let's say, our Iranian friends asked us to help them transfer their units to Syria, now they have asked us to withdraw them from there. We took 4,000 Iranian fighters to Tehran from the Mimi base. Some of the so-called pro-Iranian units went to Lebanon without a fight, some to Iraq. But today the situation is not easy, of course, in the Syrian Arab Republic. We very much hope that peace and tranquility will come there. We maintain relations with all groups that control the situation, with all countries of the region. The overwhelming majority of them tell us that they would be interested in our military base in Syria remaining. I don't know, we have to think about it, because we have to decide for ourselves how we will develop relations with those political forces that are now controlling and will control the situation in this country in the future. And our interests should coincide. If we stay there, it means that we have to do something in the interests of the country where we are. What will be the interests? What can we do for them? This is a question waiting for a painstaking researcher on both sides. But already now we can do something, including using these databases, namely. And we have already offered this to our partners, including those who are on the territory of Syria. And the neighboring parties have proposed using, say, the Khmimim air base to deliver humanitarian aid to Syria. And it was accepted with understanding, and with the desire to organize this work together. The same applies to the naval base in Tartus. Therefore, whoever would not like to imagine Russia weakened, you know, since you are an American. I want to recall a well-known person and writer who once said, "Rumors about my death are greatly exaggerated." And if there is ever a meeting with President-elect Mr. Trump, I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about. I want to remind you of another question that a colleague asked about the murder of General Kirilev. Yes, you mentioned the murder of General Kirilev. You said attempted murder. I am grateful to you for this, because you indirectly acknowledged that this is a terrorist act. Why? Because this murder was committed in a way that is dangerous for the lives of many. The regime in Kiev has repeatedly committed such crimes, terrorist attacks, against many citizens of the Russian Federation. And in Kursk now, when they are shooting civilians, and I mean in the Kursk region, and in other territories of Russia, journalists of your colleagues were killed, terrorist attacks were committed against journalists. We have never heard, I am not referring to you personally now, but we have never heard from the Western Journalistic Corps condemning such a terrorist attack. But I am grateful to you at least for remembering this. Let's work a little more, because there is a lot of interest. But I see that the BRICS tatters recently seem to be mine. By the way, I beg your pardon to address your American colleague. If you can hear me. If you have any more questions, ask them. Well, let's go back to Kazan now. Well, think about it, right? Formulate it. In the meantime, we will talk with the Tatars, then with the Americans.
Well, my question is, are you prepared to compromise in any way over Ukraine? You say that Kyiv should compromise.
To reach compromises about Kiev, you said that Ukraine should make compromises, but are you ready to make compromises? What are you willing to offer as a concession, possible in negotiations that...
I apologize for releasing this part a very important part of your question. Politics is the art of compromise. And we have always said that we are ready for negotiations and compromises. It's just that the opposite side, in the literal and figurative sense of the word, the opposite side refused to negotiate. And we are always ready for this. The compromises of these negotiations always result in compromises. After all, we reached an agreement, in fact, in Istanbul at the end of 2022 year. And, I repeat for the 100th time, the Ukrainian side initialed this document, which means that it generally agreed with it. Then for some reason they refused. But why is understandable? Because your ally, Mr. Johnson, arrived with such a good hairstyle of a man and said that they need to fight to the last Ukrainian. Here they are fighting. These Ukrainians who want to fight are coming to an end soon. In my opinion, there will soon be no more people who want to fight there. And we are ready, but we need that side to be ready for negotiations and compromises. Thank you, Kazan. Kazan is next in line, please. Talk to the Americans, talk to the Tatars. Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask a question. Artur Khalilov, Tatar Inform. BRICS has reached a fundamentally different level after the Kazan summit, as obvious as it is. In fact, I can't even remember that dozens of leaders of countries gathered in Moscow, and led by Xi Jinping, at a render fashion and so on. To what extent have your expectations regarding countering the Western world order been met? This is the first question. And another small clarifying question. You told me personally last year, answering my question, that Tatarstan is a model of peaceful existence of different cultures, nations and confessions. In part, the same can be said about BRICS, because BRICS is a combination of completely different countries. And hence a small question. Are you considering the possibility of creating a BRICS headquarters in Kazan? Perhaps the Russian part, or the organization as a whole? Thank you very much. Yes, you said, Arthur, you said that such a number of leaders of different countries did not gather in Moscow. You're right, I didn't collect it. And they gathered in Kazan. So we thank Kazan for giving us this opportunity. This is the first one. Secondly, we don't seem to be creating a headquarters. There are separate tools that are created and work in the interests of the entire organization. We will certainly use all the opportunities of the capital of Tatarstan that have been created over the previous decades. Kazan has made an amazing leap in its development. Without any exaggeration, I think this is one of the best cities in Europe. I am happy to say this. We are proud of Moscow. It is the largest, one of the largest and best megacities in the world. And Kazan is developing rapidly. I remember when Mishevich died, I came and watched. I have already talked about it. We went with him to a dugout on the outskirts of Kazan, a natural dugout. People lived in a dugout. That's it. Dug such a pit, the roof on top. But I must pay tribute to the Tatars and their culture. You know, everything is clean, tidy, delicious chuk-chuk on the table and so on. But now there is nothing like that. Now Kazan is developing, a wonderful city, and the metro has appeared. Then we decide by death what we talked about, that it is necessary, and did it. And the new leaders have picked up this baton a lot. They work very effectively. Talented people live in Kazan, Tatarstan. People of different nationalities live in peace, harmony, respect each other. Respect each other's tradition, come to visit each other, I know, on religious holidays. It's very cool, you're doing very well, I can only congratulate you. But there is another point that I would like to draw attention to. You said that BRICS is developing as a tool to counter the West. It's not, you're wrong. BRICS is not an instrument of countering the West. We are not working against anyone. We work for our interests, for the interests of the participating countries of this organization. We are not building any confrontational agenda within the framework of BRICS. But the organization is developing rapidly, the organization has expanded, and many states, as you know. We have talked about this a lot. I will not repeat myself to waste time, but many states show interest in the development of BRICS. Why? Because it works and is built solely on the basis of reciprocity, respect for each other, respect for each other's interests. All issues are taken by consensus, and this is very important. There are no small, large states, more developed, less developed. There is an association of interests there. There is only one interest development. New ones are being searched for and created. I am looking for those who exist and who can use tools, and new ones are being created to ensure the growth rate of the economy and change its structure so that it meets the future development of mankind, so that the BRICS countries and the entire association become the leader of this movement forward. That's how we're going to work. Thank you very much. Let's give another question. I see unconventional media, new but popular. Rudovka, please. Hello, Vladimir Vladimirovich. Maxim Dolgov, edition Rudovka. I have this question. For many countries of the world, the problem of aging and population decline is very relevant now. And this also did not escape Russia. A lot of measures have been taken to increase the birth rate. And you also recently signed a law on the creation of a Council on Demographic and Family Policy. You see, if these laws are not enough, what will we do? We will improve them. Please sit down. But the question is extremely important. This is an issue, one of the key issues for Russia, but not only for Russia. As you correctly said, this is a demographic issue. It is very important not only for us, but for many countries of the world. In the Soviet Union, the level of about 2% of the birth rate was reached. What is the birth rate? This is the number of children per woman. There was a time in the Soviet Union when there was 2% growth. At a certain period, a few years ago, we reached about 1.7%. Unfortunately, it has fallen to 141%. A lot is a little. Of course, very little. But there are other countries in our situation that are located in approximately the same region. This is, say, Finland. There is even less, in my opinion. Norway has the same amount. Spain has less. Many other countries have less. In some developed countries, for example. In Japan, even less. In South Korea, in general, 0, as much as 0.7%. Terrible. We have even better. But in order to ensure simple reproduction, we need to raise this fertility rate to at least to 1/10. And in order for there to be expanded reproduction, for the population to grow, it needs at least 2 and 3%. I have already spoken many times about what happened in previous decades. We had a sharp decline in the birth rate during the Great Patriotic War 1943-44 years. And then after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the same thing, the same result as after the war, a sharp drop in the birth rate. What happens next? After all, 2 minutes spent it. When a small generation reaches childbearing age, it reproduces a small number of offspring. Then it's all over again. And then I'll close our eyes. These two trends of falling birth rates have become closer both during the Great Patriotic War and during the time after the collapse of the Soviet Union. It's like this, like a sine wave, and everything goes on. And an ordeal. As you know, the number of women of childbearing age has decreased by 30%. Girls are needed. Girls. But what are we doing to improve the situation? But this is a whole program created. We do this all the time, but these tools are being improved. I repeat, it works differently in different years. First of all, a single benefit for families with children. It works effectively. We pay this benefit from a woman's pregnancy until the child reaches the age of 18, that is, 17 years including. And over 10 million children and about 320,000 pregnant women already receive this benefit. This is the first one. The second is our unique invention. There is no such thing anywhere in the world, maternity capital, which we are constantly replenishing. Then we keep the family mortgage at 6%. Probably, we will still talk about all sorts of mortgage matters, and we will talk about construction, but the family mortgage remains. Now we are paying $450,000 to families where a third child appears to repay this mortgage. But we are also developing the entire system related to medicine, childhood, and motherhood, and we will continue to do it all. We will continue to adjust this tool further. This is a very important thing, and I will take advantage of our meeting and conversation today. I would like to appeal to all the heads of all subjects of the Russian Federation. This is where the working day should begin and end, because this is a challenge for many countries of the world, including Russia. Population is what makes up a country. One territory is good, it should be inhabited by citizens of this country. We probably do a lot, but, quite obviously, not enough. And we can say that yes, we are doing something useful when we change this trend that has developed and achieve the indicators that I have already mentioned. But, by the way, many messages come on this topic, including large families. We have another selection. The problem is as follows. You have already mentioned a single benefit, but when the average income per person in a family exceeds the regional subsistence minimum. In this case, it is a single benefit. It is not paid for a child, and often this is a matter of confusion, inaccuracies. And there may literally be a few kopecks or rubles, people do not receive payments. And now we are in touch. Let's call a mother with many children. She has 5 children. Anna Alekovna Shinkov from Surgit. Anna Alekovna, good afternoon. Ask your question to the president.
Hello, Vladimir Vladimirovich. My name is Shinka Alana Alekovna, born, living in the city of Surgit, Khanty-Mansi Autonomous Okrug. Being a mother of 5 children, one child has the status of a disabled person. I would like to know, since 2023 year, since July, I have been applying for monthly benefits, being refused. The reason for the refusal is the excess of the subsistence minimum. There was even one that exceeded the subsistence minimum by 78 rubles. It was not refused. I would like to know such moments. Disability pension for a child, is it an income? Why is the income for the previous year taken into account? And here is such a moment. The spouse receives an official salary, and when he takes into account the full income, they consider the tax, which is then calculated from him. In fact, we do not receive this money. I would like to know such moments. And, if I may, one more question about the vacation. That's how in general, in such a situation, we have many children, and not only those with many children. In principle, there is a rest. I would like to rest anyway, but literally the day before yesterday we looked, we just didn't analyze the tickets. This is 150,000 on average, on a plane only one way. Well, I'd like to hear the answers.
Question. Do you have 5 children?
Yes.
Yes, and I congratulate you on that. Now you are already a happy person, that's for sure. And I want many of our viewers and listeners to join this assessment and take an example from your family from you. Well, first of all. Secondly, they are taken into account when income is considered. All income is taken into account. And, as a rule, everything is calculated for the previous year because the data is, say, for this year. I gave an example of calculating the growth of the economy. It's still going to count only next year. Therefore, the previous year is taken. Here, of course, you can think about it. And I will ask Tetyana Alexeyevna Golikov and our social protection, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, to think about it. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that for other reasons, the problem that you mentioned may arise, namely, a small excess of income, from the parameter at which money is still paid, to pay money within the framework of this single benefit. This is a purely formal approach, and we have been thinking for a long time about how to avoid the situation that your family and you are facing. In principle, the decision has been made. It is as follows. Taking into account these situations, we must recalculate the personal income tax on individuals, and then return at least 7% of the tax paid by your family. We'll see how it works. I hope that this will compensate for your losses associated with the shortfall of known money within the framework of the benefit you mentioned. We'll see how it turns out. But the government proceeded precisely from the fact that this will return you the money you have not received, as part of the benefits you receive. This decision was made not so long ago. I repeat, I hope that this problem will be solved. This is the first one. Second, as for rest and moving. You are right, there is such a problem. I have already talked about this topic with the relevant leaders. By the way, our air transportation industry is working very steadily and successfully. Last year they transported, in my opinion, 105 million passengers. This year there will be 111 million passengers. What's going on there? There is a decision, in my opinion. The code states that large families with children, should be given a benefit. 50%, in my opinion, of the tariff. What do companies do? But this is from the standard tariff. What does the aviation company do? They introduce their own benefits, small, insignificant, but this is no longer a standard tariff. And then they say, but this is a preferential tariff. We already have a non-standard tariff, so we will not provide a 50% discount. This practice should be stopped. I fully agree with you and ask the government, and together with the aviation companies, to regulate this problem. No later than the 14th of January next year. Let's solve this problem. And as for excess income, the return of 7% of personal income tax, we'll also see how it works.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also saw there that they want to interrogate on demography. Here, please. Chechnya is important. It is also written about demography. Yes, please. Where are you? Vtrkvoina, Chechen Republic. Vladimir Vladimirovich, you very often talk about the importance of demographic growth while setting the example of the Chechen Republic. Maybe it's worth running a separate program after all. I put the Chechen Republic. And in Chechnya and Tuva, everything is fine with demographics. Maybe we should still run a separate program for the regions that are most effectively coping with this task. And the second question, with your permission already. Last year, you approved the high-speed highway strategy in 3 stages. And one of them, the third stage of the Moscow-Adler direction. According to most experts, if the Moscow-Adler-Grozny and Makakala highways were included, then this direction would be more quickly repaid and efficient. What do you say about this? Do you see it as expedient? Thank you for this question. You said that there is nothing wrong with demography in Chechnya. Sit down, please, sit down. Everything is fine with demographics. And so it is. Not in Chechnya and Tuva. We have 2 federal subjects where everything is fine. But in this regard, the question is, do I need to do something extra? Just to say thank you, and to support, and to take everyone else as an example from you. But as for the regions where the birth rate is less than the birth rate of 141, that's exactly where it is absolutely necessary to make a separate program and support them. We will do so with respect to these regions. There are, in my opinion, God forbid, about 35 regions. A separate support program is being created for them, with a funding volume of 75 billion rubles for the next few years. Yes, and as for Moscow, Adler, Grozny, Makakala, You know, we have a few questions in this regard. We need to ensure passage along the coast of the Black Sea coast. We need to ensure entry to Sochi. And we need to destroy the traffic jams that accumulate on the approach to Kadalar, especially during the tourist season. Traffic jams, people stand for hours. This arose because, when we were preparing for the Olympics, we made a detour around Sochi, and then it turned out to be a narrow neck. Old, in fact. The road has been repaired, but still the two streams merge, both the old stream and the stream of the Sochi Bolshoi bypass merge on Kadlar's hike. This needs to be embroidered first. It is necessary to embroider it so that people do not stand in traffic jams. By the way, either there, or at the entrance either. Either on the way to Adler, Chechen builders, Chechen construction companies will work there. I don't know. I don't remember the details. And as for the terrible Makakala, it's also right. We also need to think about this. But the next stage. The idea itself is a good one. In order not to offend anyone, let's give Chechnya highways. Is that what you wanted to say or what? Kamzat Batukev, Chechen State TV and Radio Company Grozny. Our question. We have already asked this question, and you have answered it. Thank you very much. But in the course of communication with my Tatar colleague, you gave an assessment to the city of Kazan. By the way, I was also at the BRICS summit. And I remembered that you were in the Chechen Republic not so long ago. And I asked you from the spot, and Grozny is a beautiful city. You know, this is a miracle. This is a modern Russian miracle. I flew over Grozny during the harsh years when there was a fight against terrorism, including, above all, international terrorism. Solid ruins. Machine gun bursts were still being fired at the helicopter from these ruins. And then many in Chechnya raised the question of moving the capital to Gudermes. But both the first president of the Republic and the current president said, no. Grozny is traditionally the historical capital of the whole of Chechnya, the Chechen people. We will restore this miracle, what has been done in recent years in Grozny. These are, of course, the results of the incumbent, first of all the president. Mainly, the result of the work of the Chechen people, their hard work, their talent played a huge role in this. I'm not talking about mosques, which are either expensive to see, such new structures, buildings, architectural solutions. This cannot but arouse a sense of pride for what has been done in Chechnya and in Grozny in recent years. I congratulate you on this. Thank you, Vladimir Vladimirovich. I am reminded of your words when there were mosques. We talked with the Mufti of the Chechen Republic. You have said an important thought, that Islam, Orthodoxy, and indeed all traditional religions have one common root, a common beginning in their moral and moral guidelines. And if I may, I'll ask you the Pro-Russian University of Special Forces, too, have you attended it? He has recently been named after you in honor of the Supreme Commander. Will you come out, this experience or expansion, wishes, evaluation, what impression do you have of this complex? Do you need it at all? Rosgvardia actively uses it, and people are trained to see not only from Chechnya, from all over the Russian Federation. When I talk to some fighters who are currently fighting in the combat zone, and it seems like not from Chechnya, but in other units, I ask, where are you from? They were trained in this center. This center plays an important role in improving the defense capability of the entire country. Thank you. Let's give a couple more from the audience. I see our Chinese friends. Here is Xinhua. This sector is right in front of me. Vladimir Ramovich. Hello. My name is Han. I represent the Chinese news agency. I am very glad to ask you a question today. I have just two questions for you. First, how do you assess the current state of development of Sino-Russian relations? Please tell us what are the main results of cooperation between our countries. The second question. Next year, China and Russia will jointly celebrate the 80th anniversary of the victory during World War II, as well as the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. In your opinion, what role does the interaction and coordination between China and Russia play in maintaining global strategic stability, as well as international justice? Thank you very much. We often talk about cooperation between Russia and the People's Republic of China. Next year, we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between our countries. Over the years, a lot has happened in our relations, but in the last decade, the level of quality of relations has become such that throughout our history, perhaps, there has never been. And first of all, I'm going to talk about the economic component now. But first of all, it has to do with mutual trust. Everything we do in relation to each other and how we do it is based on full trust in politics, on one side and on the other. We are not doing anything that would contradict our interests, and we are doing a lot that meets the interests of both the Chinese people and the peoples of the Russian Federation. But I have already talked about economics. According to various estimates, but this is 220, 230, according to Chinese statistics, up to 240 billion. If we talk in dollar terms, dollars turnover is a very good turnover. Over the past year, despite such a good large base, growth continues. It is so moderate, in my opinion. There will be 3% growth, but there is also growth, the first part. The second one is investment activity. We have almost 600 projects for joint investments, also in the amount of $200 billion. What does this mean? This suggests that the future is secured. And finally, a very important component, in my opinion, is the humanitarian part. We constantly hold cross years, the year of culture, the year of youth exchanges, and both. This, you see, is all very important for specific people. This is the basis for the development of economic ties and political interaction. The most important part is regional cooperation. There are people here, just the heads of the regions communicate with each other, and there is little of that, and vodka, of course. But everything is in moderation, as far as I understand. And this personal chemistry, it matters. And there is an exchange between students, between higher educational institutions, and so on. Now the Great Patriotic War. The Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China are the most affected countries that achieved their victory during the Second World War as a result of the heaviest losses. We said 125. Now some historians say 27 million dead. There are even more in China. There is not much talk about it at all, but there are more in China. There are over 30 million. And what the Japanese militarists did on Chinese soil is a horror, just a terrible ordeal. The Chinese people have been through these trials. But we were together. We were together then. And now we are together. And this is the most important factor. I have been talking about it all the time, of stability in world affairs. Such an instrument of stability was originally, it was created for this purpose, such an instrument as the United Nations. Russia and China are the founders of the organization, members of the Security Council, permanent members of the Security Council. We very often, almost always, coordinate our actions in the international arena, and this is a serious, very serious element of international life. We will continue to do this. The best omen to the leader of the People's Republic of China, a man whom I consider my friend, President Xi Jinping. Friends, I still urge you to ask one question very concisely. Let's get the Cuban. I see the Cuban. Give me the microphone, please. Central sector.
Good afternoon. Krasnodar Territory, Kavkazsky District, Newspaper Lights of Cuban, Smirnova Marina. I have a question of this nature. The fact is that there is a lot of talk about the migration problem now. The ways of its solution are considered. Krasnodar Krai is big, friendly, multinational, strong, but nevertheless, the problem of migrants exists. We have introduced strict restrictions on patents. You can only work in the construction industry. How do you feel about such restrictions? And in general, there are not enough workers in the regions. How does Russia get out of this state? Your vision of the problem.
This is a very sensitive issue. It is not only acute for us, it is also much more acute for Europe. But here, on the one hand, there really are not enough workers. As I said, we have 2 3/10% unemployment. This means that it is almost gone. Representatives of our business circles and ministries and departments tell me how much is missing in construction. In the construction sector, how much is missing in industry. There is a bill for hundreds of thousands. And this fact is not going anywhere. What's the way out? Well, first of all, in order to reduce the number of migrant workers, we need to increase labor productivity. We need to introduce and use technologies that do not require a large number of unskilled workers. Unskilled labor, unskilled workers, and thus focus the end result on high-tech fields of activity. Therefore, it will not be necessary to attract an appropriate number of migrants for unskilled labor. If this is unavoidable, then we need to work together with our partners in some countries. First of all, of course, we are talking about the countries of Central Asia to prepare people for this. Russian schools, the study of the Russian language, to acquaint people who are going to come to work with us, with traditions, with culture, with the requirements of the Russian law, and of course, to tighten the requirements for those who are on our territory. The requirements that they respect people in the environment which they appear and live is, of course, a matter for law enforcement agencies. In other words, there are 2 components here, economic and law enforcement. And these 2 components should be combined in one place. There were a lot of discussions about whether we should make a separate department. We once had either or leave it within the framework of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I believe that today it is necessary to strengthen this component, this work within the framework of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. There it is necessary to create a separate powerful unit, a separate center either within the Ministry of Internal Affairs or under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, where it is necessary to delegate representatives from economic departments, so that everything is solved in one complex, in close work with other ministries, departments, and with the regions, of course. There is a large amount of regulation, it exists and should remain at the regional level. And all this should be managed from one center. And then, as he, relatively speaking, grows up, as he receives southern competencies, maybe in the future, he will create a separate department, but so that there is both a law enforcement component and an economic one. Some steps have been taken in this direction. A law has already been passed, the State Duma has adopted, that there is a right not to accept migrant children who do not speak Russian into schools, but in general, it is understandable. How can a child be taught at school if he does not speak the language? It's separate then you need to study Russian with him who will pay for it. Therefore, it is necessary here that people who come are not infringed upon, so that there are secured guarantees. Appropriate rights in the field of health care, in the field of social security, so that this does not put an additional burden on the local population, and they would not feel people in a state of discomfort. There are a lot of questions, and, of course, the government should pay more attention to this. And how to develop it, I have just said. First, within the framework of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And then, maybe, if the situation develops that this needs to be done, create a separate department where representatives of various law enforcement agencies and economic departments would work. Mr. President, we have been monitoring migration issues on a special basis. This topic is really very acute and complex, but a significant part of these questions came from those who come. And they do not always come to work. These are often our people who know Russian, who want to return to their homeland, get a Russian passport, become a full citizen of the Russian Federation. And there were such appeals from different countries, from the CIS countries, from Ukraine, as you said today. There are also many of our people there, and such questions were received from Germany. For example, Lev Ivanovich Zabel, our compatriot, who left for Germany in the 90s and returned in the 2006, turned to us. Now he lives in the city of Tarusa. And so he says that, having a residence permit, he has not been able to obtain citizenship for many years. The answer is always the same. You are not supposed to, there is no such law. Quote, only Putin. Putin can give you citizenship. And here's a little detail. After he told the officials that he had written a letter to Putin, the conversation changed. They said which documents to bring. And it seems to have gone, but I would like to bring it to its logical end. Listen, citizenship is granted by presidential decrees, but this is a purely formal act that must be prepared locally, prepared by the relevant departments, commissions, and so on. You have just raised the issue of working with compatriots. In other words, it's with those people who feel part of Russia. Russian is spoken by them. They consider themselves a part of our culture, a part of the Russian world. As a rule, they are highly qualified specialists, and we are interested in attracting highly qualified specialists in Russia to work and live here. We seem to have a whole program even created for this, but, apparently, it still does not work effectively. Of course, we need to improve these mechanisms. You said about Ukrainians. It seems to me that Ukrainians already live in Russia, if not as many as in Ukraine, and maybe even more. I'm not kidding, it may well be, meaning those people who live in the new territories, in Crimea, and those who move to us. These are millions of people. And in general, we have about the same number of Ukrainians living in Ukraine now. Therefore, by the way, we welcome, these are people of our culture. They are part of our people, in fact. But these mechanisms, as I said, certainly need to be improved. We are interested in having highly qualified workers come to the country, but including those, by the way, who simply are. It's not just a simple thing, but nevertheless, they are carriers of our traditional values. It's difficult to determine, but in order to do it effectively, you need to work on it. We will certainly continue to do this. But specifically in your example, then give me the data on this person. Yes, we will definitely help him.
At the very beginning of the program, we told that we still have artificial intelligence with us, and Gigchit helped us choose popular topics according to requests. Of course, among the top requests are housing and mortgage issues. And you also said at the very beginning of the program that we would apply more than once. And now look at our monitors. We see that even in the first places. However, the number of requests is also significant. Let's now display a video question from a young family from Krasnodar. Dear Vladimir Vladimirovich, we have not been able to take out a family mortgage for 3 months. Banks are constantly running out of limits. Then, they increase the initial payment from 20 to 50%. Please tell me how things will be going on with a family mortgage in general, because it is very difficult to get it now. And also, in addition to a family mortgage, it is almost impossible to get both rural and it, that is, banks are constantly running out of limits, plus they don't want to approve it. Change the program constantly, every day when submitting. Yes, And banks have recently conducted a so-called combo mortgage program when they throw up their interest, and the interest rate increases from 6 to 13%. That is, banks simply do not want to issue a mortgage for a family one. What should we do?
Yes, that's what. Thank you for this question and for paying attention to it. This is an outrage. First of all, because there should be no limits, and we have already discussed this topic with the government. I was promised, and I will check this promise to see how it is fulfilled, that there will be no limits. Because in the end, all this is connected with subsidies from the state. For banks, it should only be a pleasure to receive 6% from those who use a family mortgage loan. And the difference between the bank rate and these 6% is reimbursed by the state, should be reimbursed. And there should be no limits on the part of the state. It's the difference that settles in the banks, by the way. For them, this is an income, and not a small one. Therefore, if they do not refuse, it means that the government does not send this subsidy to the bank in time. Probably. I will check, I promise you, I will definitely check. But we agreed that there would be no limits. This is the first one. The second one concerns family mortgages at 3% and rural mortgages. Rural mortgages, in my opinion, are family mortgages at 6%, rural mortgages at 3%. This is a very important tool in housing construction. Why? Because out of the total volume of housing built, and last year we had 110 million square meters. This is a record in general since the Soviet Union. Nothing like this has ever happened before. 50% of this housing was built. This is a residential housing, and mostly it is in rural areas. And what's more, people take out such a mortgage, people about 40 years old, up to 40 years old, or a little older. And they move to the countryside, live there, take out a mortgage, build families. And this mortgage shouldn't have any limits either. This is several tens of billions for the budget. It is absolutely not critical. It needs to be preserved. The same goes for it mortgages. How much do we have there? 6% or 5%? But in any case, this is a preferential mortgage, not so many people. Quite recently, we discussed it. Someone suggested to cover it up. There is no big sense in terms of budget savings. But the family one definitely remains. The agricultural one definitely remains. And I ask the government to provide the necessary subsidies. We're going to clean up here.
Far Eastern new regions.
The Far Eastern 2% remains. In the Arctic, 2%. New regions, 2%. Vladimir Vladimirovich, I now propose to move on to a problem that, unfortunately, remains acute from year to year. The topic of telephone scammers. We warn people on TV every day, but alas. Speaking of which, this. As I said, 110 million square meters were built last year. A little less will be built this year, about 105 million. But this is also a very good indicator. Yes, phone scammers. How urgent this problem is, you can understand at least by the figure 250 billion rubles. So much fraudsters stole from Russians this year. These are the calculations of the Spur. The attackers call, they just don't say anything. They introduce themselves to the central bank, the FS. They say that deposits will be frozen in all banks. They demand to transfer money to other accounts, even brother loans. Elena Ilyinivna Markelova from Kazan found herself in a similar situation. Here I suggest you watch her video question now.
Hello, Vladimir Vladimirovich. My name is Elena Ilyinivna Markelova. I am from the city of Kazan, 63 years old, a pensioner. I have recently become a victim of scammers. My personal account in public services was hacked, and as a result of their actions, I owe to banks 1,900,000 rubles. My appeals are a cry of the soul. How do the banks, whose clients I am, and receive a pension of 18,770 rubles, approve such loans? At the same time, I do not request any documents about my income. I do not request any contacts of acquaintances who could vouch for me and such large amounts in a monthly payment that exceeds my monthly income. And due to the fact that now a large number of pensioners are deceived by fraudsters, isn't it time to take more serious measures and oblige banks to more carefully monitor the actions of their employees and also carefully check applications, especially from the elderly? Thank you.
Yes, you're right. How? Elena Ilyinichna, you are absolutely right, but there are few comments here. Indeed, our banks have learned to issue loans quickly. They issue them just instantly, as they say. But they are obliged to check their solvency, and there are even certain rules according to which, if more than 50% of a citizen's income goes to servicing a loan, then in this case, the issuance of such loans becomes more expensive for the bank with pleasure, and the burden on capital for the bank increases. There are rules of the central bank. But what is happening now, of course, is very alarming, because the volume of this scam, they are just off the scale. Most recently, Germanovich Gref reported to me at the Spera event, told me that throughout the banking system, we have accounts from the accounts of citizens only from the territory of Ukraine, where this fraudulent activity has been elevated to the rank of state policy. Specialists are simply working under the control of special services, whole centers for extorting money from Russian citizens. That's just more than 250 billion rubles were lured from this direction. Of course, this is taking on such a very serious scale. This is about what Hitler's Germany did. It prints money during the Second World War of our allies, including Great Britain. The pound sterling was printed and distributed in order to undermine the economy in the UK. Approximately the same thing is happening now in Ukraine, along the lines of this scam. And of course, we need to discipline this situation. We need to pay serious attention to this. Loans, say, up to 50,000 rubles, let them be issued, as they say, online right away from 50 to 200,000 rubles. It would be necessary to give people, of course, at least a few hours to check something additionally and make a final decision. Well, 200,000 or more, it definitely needs to be stretched for at least a few days. I know that these issues are being discussed both in the State Duma and in the central bank, where they will improve these decisions related to the burden on capital in relation to those banks that provide such unsecured loans. I hope that all this will lead to a good result. There is another problem here, which the chairman of the central bank reported to me. At the Ministry of Internal Affairs, cards are opened for people who do not seem to take fraudulent part in this scheme, but then, when money is lured from citizens, they are first transferred to intermediary cards, so-called, and then the scammers rip off their victims from there. And those who open these cards, they seem to have nothing to do with it. They do not take part in this. But there is a proposal to strengthen not only the control, but also the responsibility of these people, who are actually accomplices in these crimes, participate in these fraudulent schemes. Formally, they don't seem to do anything, but they understand why cards are opened in their name. There are proposals to determine criminal liability for such activities. I'm not saying now that this is a solution, but we certainly need to think in this direction.
And do you have any friends who perhaps have also suffered from phone scams themselves?
No, I don't have such acquaintances, but there are, however, people, these are definitely acquaintances, who told me that they were being called. And when?
They will call, apparently.
Maybe they will call, but as soon as they hear an unfamiliar voice and some suggestions related ultimately to some actions, and they immediately hang up. I highly recommend that all citizens of the country do exactly the same. Vladimir Vladimirovich, but often such unfamiliar voices call from call centers that are located on the territory of Ukraine. And it has been noticed that after the strikes on the Ukrainian energy sector, the number of calls from telephone scammers is decreasing. Probably, in these call centers, the light simply disappears. Maybe we can add these call centers to the list of priority goals. No, we have military facilities and facilities of the military-industrial complex on our list of priority targets. There may be decision-making centers, but these centers, we will not waste ammunition on them for anything. It is necessary to make appropriate decisions within Russia, in the appropriate instances, in the central bank, and the government of the Russian Federation, and in the internal affairs bodies.
We are no longer looking at Sergeyevich with you.
Let's go back to the gym a little bit. They mentioned Ukraine. Here I see the inscription Another Ukraine, right here too, in the central sector. Give me the microphone.
Dear Vladimir Vladimirovich, I am Galina Merkelova. I am the deputy head of media resources of the international public movement Another Ukraine, representing the interests of millions of Ukrainian citizens, both directly in Ukraine, unfortunately, is still controlled by the Kiev regime, and in Russia, Europe, and the world, where 55 of our organizations are open. The Other Ukraine social movement believes that the only way to save Ukrainians from the criminal illegitimate Zelensky regime, which has usurped executive, legislative, and judicial power, is the reunification of the Ukrainian and Russian peoples. And here is our question. Under what conditions are you ready to start negotiations with Kiev? If not with Zelensky, then with whom? And another important aspect is this. In Ukraine, there are not just attacks on the Russian Orthodox Church, but it is practically expelled. How do you feel about this fact? And do you think that the positions of the ROK have been undermined?
First of all, it's about, please sit down, about the illegitimacy of the regime. But I have already talked about this, and I understand that the leader, the ideological inspirer of this movement, the organization, is an organization of Another Ukraine. This is, apparently, Viktor Medvedchuk. We hardly see each other, but I know that he thinks so too. What is the illegitimacy of the regime? I repeat once again, the Constitution of Ukraine does not indicate the possibility of extending the powers of the president, even under martial law. There is only one authority, a representative authority, the Council, that is, the Rada, whose powers can be extended without elections under martial law. This, I repeat, is the Rada. What is the problem for Ukraine? I understand that you are aware of this, that the state structure in Ukraine is such that a number of authorities are formed by the president. These are the heads of regions, the leadership of all law enforcement agencies, and so on. But if the first person himself is illegitimate, then everything else also loses its legitimacy along this line, along the line of executive authorities and law enforcement agencies. And everything they do, following his orders, they know that they are complicit in this illegal activity. This is the first one. Now the conditions for the start of negotiations. We have no preconditions. We are ready to conduct a dialogue without preconditions, but on the basis of what we agreed on. I have already said this 100 times. During the negotiation process in Istanbul at the end of 2022 year, but also based on the realities that are taking shape on Earth today. Our theses were presented by the Russian Federation. including in my June speech to the leadership of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. Everything is said there, there is no point in repeating. If not with the head of the regime, then with whom, if he himself is illegitimate? You know, if someone goes to the polls, they will get legitimacy. We will talk to anyone, including Zelensky. But now, if Ukraine really wants to follow the path of a peaceful settlement, they are, of course, able to do it. They are able to do it. They can organize this process inside Ukraine as they want. We can simply sign only with those who are legitimate. And the Rada and the chairman of the Rada are legitimate. He is completely under the head of the regime. This is a purely formal legal issue. Inside, they can organize as they want, but if we ever get to signing a document, we can only sign it with legitimate representatives of legitimate authorities. That's it.
Is it about the rock?
Rock. You know that what is happening with the rock is a unique thing in general, just unique. After all, this is a gross, simply blatant violation of human rights, the rights of believers. It's just that the church is being torn apart in front of the whole world. It's like a firing squad anyway. And everyone around the world prefers not to notice it. I think that those who do it, it will still come back to haunt. You said they're tearing up. Yes, that's how they happen. But they're even. Do you understand the point? They're not even atheists, these people. Atheists are also people who believe in something. They believe that there is no God. But this is their faith, their beliefs. And these are not atheists, they are just people without any faith at all, atheists. They are ethnic Jews, but who has seen them in the synagogue? In my opinion, no one saw them in the synagogue. They don't seem to be Orthodox either, because they don't go to churches either. They are certainly not adherents of Islam, because they hardly appear in the mosque either. These are people without a family, without a tribe. They do not value anything that is dear to us and the vast majority of the Ukrainian people. They will run away sometime and will not go to church, but to the beach. Well, it's their choice. And I think that someday they will remember this. And people in Ukraine, and the vast majority of Ukrainian residents, are still related to Orthodoxy, will give them an assessment. Let's give the hall a couple more questions. I can't help but give a question to Radio Blizzard.
Hello, Radio, Blizzard, Chukotka Autonomous Okrug. Anastasia Lavrentiva is my name. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I look at the monitors, where they show the relevance of topics for the regions, and I get confirmation that my question is really relevant and worries many residents of our region. The question concerns communications and the internet. Vladimir Vladimirovich, we have high-speed internet in Chukotka, only in the capital of the region. This is one single city. All other residents of the region do not receive the charms and importance that the internet offers us. Well, not only entertainment, public services, banking services for business, they are also inaccessible to most residents of Chukotka. Help us somehow resolve the issue of eliminating digital inequality, if possible.
There is not much to say here, because we have a program for the development of the internet, high-speed internet. The development of communications, in this regard, the development of satellite grouping, and so on. This is especially true for satellite groupings related to the organization of communications. All of this will certainly be done. We have, I won't say it now, they are widely known, these data are open. What is the pace of work in this direction, and the appropriate resources allocated are planned. There will be no failures here. We will follow this plan. I very much hope that residents of remote regions, including Chukotka, will fully enjoy all the charms of modern civilization. For a country like ours, this is extremely important because people are working more and more remotely, and they receive education remotely. And here high-speed internet is of fundamental importance. We will definitely do this. The same doubts. Let's say Alexander Gamav is sitting in the front row, one of the patriarchs of Russian journalism. So, please. Thank you very much. The website of the radio and the newspaper Komsomolskaya Pravda, well, and Putin's team. I'm sitting with the girls today, Julia and Marina. I was accepted into my group. Here. This was not mentioned today. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of us and you, Vladimir Vladimirovich, today, in my opinion. According to my estimates, is the 20th press conference, although my colleagues tried to correct me that it is the 21st. And there is no such format in the world yet, and God grant that it will last as long as possible, longer and longer. And my question is this. Here, contrary to the forecasts of skeptics, the presidential program Time of Heroes has not become a momentary project for show. It works. What hopes did you personally have? Were they justified? You are laying it now, and even in the last literally days, hours, I have another question. Why do we not protect our heroes enough? I mean not only the death of General Kirilev, which was casually discussed here today, but there were also a lot of cases when our participants were offended by their own, and, in fact, law enforcement agencies took guard. Justice has been done. We have written a lot about this. And also about the Time of the Heroes, about the program. I represent the heroic newspaper Komsomolskaya Pravda, which was a frontline newspaper in the Great Patriotic War. And now it is a frontline newspaper of our Incorps working courageously. We have been producing KP there since the 14th year in Lugansk, KP in Donbass, in Donetsk. And next year we are 100 years old, on the 24th of May 2005. And my colleagues just asked me to convey an invitation to you to come to us. Here, Mikhail Petrov told how the 120th anniversary of TASS was solemnly celebrated, and they were awarded the order. We are waiting for you on the 24th of May, at 12 o'clock at night. Thank you very much. Will you come, Vladimirovich? I'll try. Thank you very much for the invitation. Komsomolskaya Pravda is a part of life. Sit down, Sasha, please. This is a part of the life of many generations of our citizens, with whom people started in the morning, with which people started their day in the morning, and are starting, during the day they turn to the Komsomol. Komsomolskaya Pravda is becoming more and more modern mass media. It works in all information environments, and so on. And it is such a stable, reliable, objective mass media. I want to congratulate you on the results of this work, and thank you for the invitation. As for the Time of Heroes platform, I have already said. This idea came to me after a meeting with the guys, mostly students, participants of the SVO in St. Petersburg. When I looked at them and really looked at them and thought, this is the future of the country, the personnel future of the country. And that's how this idea came about, to create such a platform. I will not hide it. I arrived when in Moscow, outlined and asked colleagues in the administration to implement this idea. They have already come up with the name of this platform, the Time of Heroes. And it is, in my opinion, very successful, this name. In the first stream, we scored 43,000 applications were received, 43,000. Naturally, the selection is very serious. We selected 83 people only from these 83,000. And it is clear why we need people here who have experience in administrative work, education, and so on, and so on. and they are suitable in terms of parameters for future activities at the head of large companies or municipalities, entire regions. In the Ministry of Departments. And I said at the United Russia Congress, and now I want to repeat, of course, everyone is worthy. All our guys who are fighting for their homeland, not sparing their lives and health, they are all worthy. But there is a question of compliance with the direction of activity where they would like to see themselves. I repeat once again, both education is needed and experience is needed. And in general, it's still one thing to fight for the motherland, but it's another thing to work with people. You need to have a certain talent and aptitude for this. After all, these are different types of activities, and we need to choose the right people from this environment, who want and can work there in these areas. And there are no mistakes yet. They're just great guys. Now we are already in the second stage, that is, the selection for the second stage. More than 15,000 applications have already been received. The collection will be extended for next year, in my opinion, from mid-January or until February, in any case. The work is actively underway. Work continues on the first set, but offers have already been made to many. Many are already working, and some have even been appointed regional heads, which I am very happy about. And they get into business, and they get into the governing authorities of all levels, both regional, local, and federal. And they get into large companies. And I want to repeat what I said at the United Russia Congress. Here I was recently in a rehabilitation center. I looked, there are guys with serious injuries, someone without a leg, and without an arm. But do you know what I want to say? Their eyes are burning. They are willing to work and work actively. And they can do it. Modern means of rehabilitation, namely modern ones, allow you to do all this practically without any exceptions and discounts on health restrictions. We just need to help them. One, I repeat it again, I remember his face, he says, yes, I understand that education is needed here. I have no experience. No proper education, no experience, but I want to. And these are the people we need. Those who are ready and willing to work. They only need to be helped, found and helped. This, you know, when I came to the judo section, now it came to my mind. Coach Anatoly Semenovich Raklin told us at the time, pull yourself up as much as you can. And I didn't take some who pulled up more than I did. Later, a few years later, we asked Anatoly Semyonovich, why are you like that? The guys there, we literally didn't take it, but we reached out less. Do you know what I answered? That's what a wise man was. But because you did until the last one. His hands were shaking, his chin was stretched, but they were trying hard. And there, who would look more than you that you are so much? They stretched calmly, but they could have done more. And they didn't fight, they didn't give themselves. But these guys give themselves completely. They want, and we need to help them, we need to support them. Yes, but this is a very important question. Yes, I understand, you're right. What can I say? First of all, these attempts are not the first for us, they are so well known. The aspirations of the enemy are clear to us. Unfortunately, this attempt is not an isolated one, and not only on military personnel. I have already told your American colleague about the assassination attempts on journalists, on a public figure. It is enough to recall only the murder of Dugina. So what is it? These are signs of the terrorist nature of the regime operating in Kiev. But this, of course, also means that our respective law enforcement special services miss these strikes. They missed those punches. What can I say here? We just need to improve this work and avoid such serious punctures for us. That's it. Yes, I would like to see here in the central, right part of the central sector. I saw a very popular young blogger there. This is the middle, somewhere here it has become elevated, yes. We have such unconventional guests. In what way? Vladimir Vladimirovich, hello. My name is Vlad Paper. I am a well-known video blogger. My social networks have more than 80 million subscribers. These are mostly young people, and as we know, young people now spend a lot of time on the internet. On average from 5 to 8 hours every day. They spend half of that time watching video content. And I, in turn, like many other authors, we are engaged in the active development of our Russian platforms. For example, such as Vk Video. Yes, these sites are not so big now, but they demonstrate good steady growth and provide really high-quality service. And in this regard, the question is, why block YouTube if our sites are doing so well? They are competitive and offer excellent conditions, an alternative for authors. Moreover, it is possible to upload content there and broadcast our ideas and meanings to a wider audience than only the Russian-speaking one. Another important question. As I said before, almost all children of our country know and watch me. And I will say more, I myself became a father this year. Yes, congratulations. Thank you. And congratulate your wife. This is her merit. Yes. And tell me, as a person, in fact, on whose videos a whole generation is growing, what values should I broadcast to the audience? Or could it be that I definitely shouldn't broadcast to the audience? And tell me, what do you personally think? What ideas and meanings should be led by young people? So to speak, give a parting word, we will take note, and we will work. Thank you. The first one is about YouTube breaking. Yes. Here, perhaps, there are more questions on the side of YouTube than on our side. What's going on? In order to do what you do here. Excuse me, first Vlad Paper, is this your pseudonym? Paper? This is my real last name. Paper is stronger than stone in the famous game. So I congratulate you on 80 million, you said. Well, this is, of course, such a unique result. This means that the content you create meets what these 80 million people are waiting for. This is the result of your creative work. I congratulate you on this. This is the first one. Second, as for breaking. The point is that when he created his own network here with us, he created the corresponding daughters of legal entities in Russia, and to whom he pays, he created the corresponding services that need to be serviced. Having created these daughters, he worked with them. After various restrictions and sanctions began to be imposed in the West, Google practically stopped or reduced funding, reduced the supply of appropriate equipment here, and thus created certain problems for itself. This is the first one. Secondly, we must comply with our laws. We must avoid any kind of fraud in the network, namely, we must not use and abuse the network to achieve the political goals of our governments. What do I mean? People start looking for something in the search engine, some topic, culture, music, and there, instead of culture and music, some things that have nothing to do with culture and music are propaganda of some political platform, or begin to practically withdraw the names of our artists, those the same bloggers, politicians, and so on.
даже блогеров, политических деятелей и так далее. И это все является нарушением.
And all this is a violation of the relevant laws of the Russian Federation. Roskomnadzor makes claims against them accordingly. The controlling organization makes claims, and they are doing the right thing. Therefore, they have to choose. Either they comply with our laws, and, probably, then they can fall under some restrictions in their country. But then let them work there. Or, if they want to work here, let them act in accordance with the laws of the Russian Federation. Well, what you said, a holy place, as we say, is never empty. Competition is growing, and Viki and Telegram and YouTube, everything is developing. And therefore, if Google, and realizing this, somehow change their contour of work, then they will not have any problems. But now about what to educate on, how to do it, what not to do. You know, I'm sure, Vlad, that these tips are useless. It's just that you and people like you, especially now that you have become a father, when you have a child, the sense of responsibility for sure increases. This is a responsibility to your child, to his future and the country where your child will live. That's the sense of responsibility. You will be guided. You are smart, modern people. They will orient you even better than I will about what is useful for our children in the future, and what is harmful or unacceptable, and what you need to fight not on my instructions, but on the call of your heart. Let's have a couple more, maybe. I undeservedly completely deprived of attention. Here I see TV3. TV3. But can I interrupt you for a second? Since you were talking about children, the girl is sitting, cheating families with children. What is the deception?
Apparently, not about the allowance, because...
I don't know, yes, I kind of said.
Hello, Vladimir Vladimirovich. My name is Elena Usmanova, business newspaper of Tatarstan Business Online. Yes, Tatarstan again. First of all, I really want to thank you on behalf of Kazan for having such an honor to host the BRICS summit. But my question, as you understand from the poster, is about something else entirely. In Tatarstan, a group of scammers deceived hundreds of families who did not read about their home. They took out a mortgage with state support, a preferential mortgage, but they never built a house. So, tell us, please, whether they will help the deceived students, as they once helped the deceived shareholders. It turns out that now people continue to pay mortgages for air, while the state continues to transfer state support to banks for those houses that do not exist. When will they help people and not banks?
Listen to me, it's not about the banks at all. We have created. Don't leave, please leave. We have created a corresponding system of Spark accounts where people, if they take out a mortgage, they transfer money to Spark accounts, and this money is frozen until people get their square meters. Where did they put this money?
Is
The same thing.
at that moment, apparently it is, they act.
Our residential housing completely falls under mortgage lending. In rural areas, 3%. And in those 110 last year, and 105 million square meters that we built, 50% of the East. 50% is a breakthrough in general. But the money should be in Spark accounts. Where did people transfer this money, and why, if it's not on a Spark account? I don't even understand what you're talking about right now.
Well, this is the case we had in Tatarstan. Hundreds of families really found themselves in such situations.
Where did they lead? Can you answer me?
I'm not going to tell you the subtleties here. I know.
Listen, what's your name?
Elena.
Lena. But these subtleties matter.
There were definitely no bills there.
Well, listen, but what about them, Lenica? This may have to do with what is being done with the money of our citizens when money is being lured from their accounts. Let's deal with this by all means, because in this particular case, it will be necessary to project it onto other possible cases of this kind and prevent this fraud. I don't even know what you're talking about right now. Please give us more detailed information. Is she good? This is an extremely important thing, because what is the point? The fact is that we still have unfinished housing. But what can I say? What about the money that came to the Spark accounts, and their total amount is almost or even a little more than 7 trillion rubles? This is more than 65% of what has been collected and what is needed in order to complete the housing, which was financed, in fact, by citizens in 2025 year. I can almost guarantee that this housing will be built and no one will be left without apartments. Because the groundwork has been made, there is money in these accounts, they are protected. If we are talking about some cases without the use of escrow accounts, please give this information. This needs to be dealt with. Thank you. Yes, we will take this information. TV3, we wanted to give the floor. Turkey. Well, I'm sorry. We will definitely turn around now. Aliyera, Anadolu Agency. Mr. President, Israel violates international rights by killing tens of thousands of people, including children of Palestine and Lebanon. Now Israel is taking advantage of the situation in the region to occupy Syria and violates its sovereignty. How would you comment on Israel's actions and on the region as a whole? Did you have a conversation with President Erdogan? Thank you. Please sit down. We are in constant contact with President Erdogan. I don't remember the last time we spoke with him, but we certainly discussed the situation in the region, in the Middle East. The attitude of President Erdogan and Turkey to the events taking place in the Middle East is well known to everyone. And our position is well known. Both in Lebanon and in Palestine. We are counting. Yes, our position, it is not supported by any current conjuncture. We have always believed this and now believe that it is possible to solve the Palestinian problem only by removing the causes of its occurrence. It was decided by the Security Council, at the time, that two states should be formed, Israel and Palestine. Israel has been created. Palestine has not actually been created yet. That's the whole problem. Moreover, the so-called illegal settlement activity continues on the part of Israel. I do not know what final goals Israel pursues in the Gaza Strip, but these are reprehensible, and we have repeatedly done this. At almost all levels, starting with the public level and our position in the United Nations Security Council. There's nothing to add here. The same goes for Lebanon. What about Syria? It seems to me that, frankly, Turkey is doing everything to ensure its security on its southern borders. During the development of the situation in Syria, to create conditions for the return of refugees from its territory to other territories of Syria, and which are concentrated on the territory of Syria under control, which are actually under the control of Turkey, can be pushed back. Maybe the Kursk formations are there from the border. All of this is probably possible. And maybe it will even be done to some extent. But still, the main beneficiary of the events taking place in Syria, the main beneficiary, in my opinion, is Israel. And you can treat what Israel is doing as you like. Russia condemns the seizure of any Syrian territories. It's obvious. Our position here is not subject to any adjustment. But Israel is also solving security-related issues for itself. This line is on the Dutch Heights. Everyone knows the line well. Israel has advanced 62 to 63 kilometers along the front, to a depth of 25 kilometers. And he entered the fortifications that were created for Syria with the Soviet Union. It's like the Mosino line. There are such serious fortifications there. We really hope that Israel will one day withdraw from the territory of Syria, but now it is bringing additional troops there. Already, in my opinion, several thousand troops. And I have the impression that they are not only not going to leave, they are going to strengthen there. Moreover, the local population has already asked to be included in the Jewish state. And then there will be another problem. If everything that happens leads to the disintegration of Syria, then these are issues that will have to be resolved by the local population, in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations and with the right of nations to self-determination. This is a difficult question. It is not for today's discussion. Turkey, of course, we know, has such a decades-long problem with the Kurdistan Workers' Party. I hope that there will be no escalation, but some European politicians have recently told me at meetings that after the First World War, the Kurds were promised their own states, they were deceived, and so on. How many millions of Kurds are there in this region in Turkey? More than 1 million. In Iran, in Iraq, they live compactly. How many Kurds? You know better than me, but at least 30-35 million. This is a serious Kurdish problem, and the Kurds are serious guys, serious fighters. Mehmet, in my opinion, was left, but they fought to the last. That's what they do. And we need to solve some kind of Kurdish problem. It was necessary to solve this within the framework of Syria under President Assad. Now it is necessary to solve it with the authorities that control the territory of Syria. It is necessary. And Turkey will somehow ensure its security. We all understand this. This is not for our meeting today, so as not to waste time. I just want to say that there will be a lot of problems. But we are on the side of international law and for sovereignty, while respecting their territorial value. Meaning Syria, including, the position on these issues. The authorities that control the territory of the Syrian Arab Republic today. In this sense, we are on their side. By the way, we are in contact with them. We are in contact with all groups, including the main ones, who are now in control of the situation in Syria. Otherwise, they promised TV3, all the more so. Malkovich, the final program on TV3. At first, briefly, the fighters simply asked to convey their words of gratitude. Last week you met with the members of the HERC, supported the idea of creating a federal museum of the SFO. The preservation of historical memory, especially in creative forms, is our media nut in the information war that the West is trying to wage with us. From the residents of St. Petersburg, separate words of gratitude for awarding the high honorary title of Guards to our legendary Leningrad Regiment. And now a question about the Defenders of the Fatherland Foundation. It has been working for a year and a half, created in April of the 23rd year by your decree. This year, do you evaluate the work of the fund on a 5-point or 10-point scale? Next year, what are the main tasks you set for the fund, and the main criterion for the effectiveness of the fund for you is this? Please sit down. As for the work of the Defenders of the Fatherland Foundation, in my opinion, it was created in June, in April, in June. But it doesn't matter. Started working in June. It was also created, do you know when? after I had a meeting with the mothers of participants in a special military operation with widows.
специальной военной операции со вдовами. И я понял, что
And I realized that the usual methods of support that we had so far, and our guys who need this help and were seriously injured, disabled, and the families of our heroes who died.
ранения, инвалидности и семей погибших наших героев, обычных сфер.
The usual spheres of support measures are not enough. We need to create some kind of separate mechanism, a separate tool, including for those who lose their ties with the armed forces.
Фонд защитники
The Defender of the Fatherland Foundation was created for this purpose, in order to support children who leave military service, but requires careful attention from the state, and moreover, informal attention, namely an individual approach to each person, to each family.
к каждому человеку, к каждой семье. Фонд для этого был создан.
A fund was created for this purpose. His tasks include what?
Социальная
The social solution of social issues is the receipt of various benefits and payments.
выплат. Это для тех,
This is for those who need prosthetics and have received a disability in the organization of this prosthetics.
кто протезирования. И вот надо
And we must pay tribute to the foundation. They are great. They order not just any product, they order the whole service.
заказывают. Они это связано с обучением.
This is due to the training of children with the selection of appropriate objects for prosthetics.
Объекта для протезирования. Они
They look further along the service, and in such a way that it is not burdensome, so that there is no need to chase from one end of the world.
одного края света. У нас страна огромная для
We have a huge country, for service to travel across the country. This problem still exists, but they are working on it.
это была все их задача.
It was all their task. I have just talked recently with Anna Yulina Sivaleva, with Anna Evgenievna. She says that they are appearing now. Do you know what? What appears in the queries? Which made me very happy. There are requests from the guys about employment, and this is one of the most important. One of the most important areas of activity, by the way.
Важнейших направлений деятельности, кстати говоря. Но сейчас идут все больше и больше.
But now there are more and more requests about sports and participation in cultural events. This is, of course, great. You see, this means that there is still some trend to change the situation for the better. It still takes place, it has been outlined. And this is very good. But the most important task is, of course, employment. As I have already said, young guys, their eyes are burning, and there is preparation. Many people want to receive such training. And in modern conditions, of course, it is possible to remain in the armed forces. Such a decision has been made. But not only to work in military enlistment offices, where the income level is not so big, a fairly modest income level. But you can work in the IT field, you can work in medicine, you can also work in sports. And in military sports, and in such civilian sports, there are a lot of ways to find yourself.
Очень много таких возможностей. Все
There are more and more such opportunities, taking into account modern technologies and the wishes of a particular person. That's what they're in, that's what they're working on. They work successfully in general. There are always some problems in such a large-scale work. But there are a lot of people there who are directly related to the conduct of a special military operation, or, unfortunately, the widows of our guys who died, the mothers of our guys who are still fighting.
наших ребят, которые еще воюют там. В общем, это люди.
In general, these are people who are not indifferent to what is happening. And in this sense, and maybe that's why. Yes, by the way, and the guys themselves, who have returned from the front of work, probably, to a large extent. This is why the work is developing quite effectively. I didn't want to agree with the fact that the head of the fund, Anna E. Sivaleva, came to work at the Ministry of Defense. But then I still gave in to the proposal of Minister Belasev, because he told me that he thought it would be advisable to organize such a seamless work later.
Потому что он мне сказал, что он полагает целесообразно потом организовать такую бесшовную работу. То есть и с теми, кто...
That is, with those guys who remain within the armed forces, within the Ministry of Defense, and with those who are still fighting, but need some support measures, and with those who have already gone beyond the perimeter of the Ministry of Defense.
Нужно сделать такой бесшовный
We need to do such a seamless job. And they just recently, in the summer, in my opinion, created such a social center. And now, it is the social centers of the Ministry of Defense and the Defender of the Fatherland Foundation that organize their work within one window, where both people who remain in the Ministry of Defense and those who have already left the perimeter of the ministry. It combines work in these two areas. In general, there are probably a lot of problems, but in general, this is how the work is configured. But you know, according to injuries, they took part in the development of wounds. We all received 3 million for a small scratch. And even for a wound, but a small one. And those who received a serious injury and disability-related, all received 3 million. The servicemen themselves asked, turning to the Ministry of Defense, to the Defenders of the Fatherland Foundation, to change this system. And we started paying those who were seriously injured 4 million. But when all this was reported to me, I saw that behind the perimeter of this payment, there were guys who were seriously injured, disabled. We got 3 million, and now we've started paying 4. Well, naturally, a simple thought came to my mind, and those who got 3. So they were not paid millions by the state. I said, no, we have to pay everyone retroactively. And now the guys are all getting this extra million. And they receive quite actively. This work is also organized by the Defenders of the Fatherland Foundation. I suggest we return to the appeal. Here you probably saw that among these. I'm sorry, Ksenia is pulling her hand all the time. Please, Ksenia.
Vladimir Vladimirovich, Ksenia Sobchak, Careful Media. Here you have touched upon a very important topic about one window and such opportunities for the Ministry of Defense. I wanted to talk about this problem from the other side. Here we are, in particular, and many other people, journalists, show business stars, just caring citizens, are doing various projects. In particular, for 2 years we have been engaged in a large project to help people from the Belgorod and Kursk regions, our fellow citizens who suffered from the attacks of the armed forces of Ukraine. We have managed to help more than 600 families already this year, and it seems to me that there are a lot of people who are not indifferent. It would be very good, as you think. It would be possible to help in this, to make such a single window, in order to combine these public civic initiatives with social workers and with the state structure that already exists. In other words, to do this on a voluntary basis, but so that there is the possibility of this single window across the entire spectrum of assistance, because basically we are faced with problems of employment in new places, with the problem of placement in kindergartens and other institutions for families who are temporarily relocated with children. Was it possible to create such a single window for such civic initiatives?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for doing this. This is an extremely important thing. Helping specific people is the first thing. The second, of course, is when volunteers do it, for which I want to express my gratitude to all the volunteers. They don't just work, they risk themselves. There are also losses, unfortunately, among the volunteers. And when they do this, then, of course, they reach a specific person, and sometimes it's more subtle to feel what the state is getting. And where something fails, as people say, where something does not work. Therefore, of course, here we have, as I have already said with regard to the Kursk region, there is simply a program for the restoration of the Kursk region, on which funds are allocated. They have already been practically allocated. The same thing will happen, and is happening, of course, in other border regions, both Belgorod and Bryansk. No one will be left without attention here. But, of course, You probably feel it thinner and sharper. I will think about how to do this myself, and I will definitely ask our relevant departments and the Defense Ministry, and with the governor, and we will talk about how to combine these efforts. Create one window or some kind of tool for coordinating efforts. We will definitely think about it. Ksenia, thank you. I don't have a direct answer right now, but the question is absolutely correct, and we will think about how to do it. Vladimir Vladimirovich, the topic. I propose to continue the topic of support for servicemen and their families. You probably saw that among the appeals that came to the program. There were also requests to help sort out the accrual of payments to families and military personnel. There were also requests to help find people who are now missing, or there is no communication with them, or according to the available information of relatives, they were captured. Vladimir Vladimirovich, is it possible to give a separate instruction to the Ministry of Defense to deal with these cases? It's hard for people to be ignorant. Is there any way to adjust this system of informing military families? This is a very sensitive issue for many people. It's one thing when a person is fighting, and God grant that everything is fine, and there are different types of payments there. They are generally decent. These are so-called combat operations. Then, in some cases, so-called business trips for those who found themselves even in these certain regions before the start of a special war. The operation was considered as a business trip. Then, the accrual for participation in offensive assault operations, for participation in the organization of defense. There is a small difference, but it's clear why. When a person disappears from the radar, then there is a question of supporting families. We discussed this issue, and the Minister of Defense had this survey before him. He is aware of this problem. There are at least two things to do here. First of all, it is necessary to speed up or shorten the deadline for making final decisions, because there is no information. People of the family stop receiving the corresponding payments. There is no man, he does not participate in offensive or defensive measures, they do not receive combat there, and so on. And the amount of support for families is decreasing. And here, the Ministry of Defense, together with the government, must make a different decision. What can replace at least part of these payments? There are different ideas there, to formulate some kind of allowance for children, or to make some other decision. But we need to make a decision on temporary measures, and speed up the final decision on the final closure of the issue. I'm not going to go into details right now. In general, the Ministry of Defense is aware of this. Sometimes it works.
But in the meantime, we have been working for more than 3 hours, almost 3 hours and 10 minutes. You have a lot of questions. Different questions are coming in, and I suggest making a short blitz. How do you look at it? Let's get started.
I will start with the question of Georgy Arafiev and the Smolensk region. Why at meetings, when at meetings that you hold, big officials ask for your instructions in order to start doing something themselves? There is no need to swear at officials here. What's the matter? The fact is that the decision-making process is not easy. When the question comes to me, it is usually such questions, such problems. There are different points of view to the solution of approaches. And some colleagues believe that it is necessary to solve it in this way, others in this way. And the assignment, as a rule, is necessary in order to decide. Here there is a dispute of some kind, there is a fork, as they say in the government, when solving some issue. Then my colleagues come to me and ask me to make a final commander's decision. And they ask for instructions so that nothing is forgotten. The final decision is formulated in the instruction. Go ahead. Everyone starts working. It's just, you know, there are a lot of bureaucratic conspiracies. Sometimes it's just that everyone agrees. We need this to be put on paper and executed as a regulatory act.
Next question. With whom of the living or deceased personalities would you like to have a cup of tea?
Of the living personalities, I would like to meet my friends and people close to me more often. And a cup of tea with him and drink, chat, talk. If we talk about the departed world leaders, then I had contacts not so close, but nevertheless enough for quite a long time. For a long time with German Chancellor Kohl, Mr. Paul. He was such a figure, of course, of an international scale, and not only because he was a big man, but also by his actions, by his beliefs. He is after literally the first meeting with him in 93, in 1993. And for a long time, when he stopped being chancellor, he did not come to visit me often, but regularly. And I had a pleasure with him. It was a pleasure to talk with him. As they used to say in the Soviet Union, a major political figure of our time. He did a lot for his homeland, he did a lot for the Germans, but he was a major European world politician. And me. I recall with interest many of our conversations with him. They were very useful to me. I say without any exaggeration, very useful. Chirac was a very interesting man, recognized by France. Just interesting. In general, he was, you know, as an encyclopedist, as an academician. What you don't ask, he knows everything. It's even curious, honestly. And he had his own opinion on everything. He strictly adhered to this opinion. He was a very correct, gallant man. I learned a lot from him, too. To be honest, just as Kolya heard a lot and noticed it for himself, and from Chirac's manner of behavior. Its intelligence in his behavior and so on. Berlusconi was a slightly different person, but also very warm in communication, but active, very grasping. He has done a lot, even, like Chirac, for the development of Russian-Italian relations. Even despite what is happening today, we feel there is a certain sympathy for Russia in Italian society. Just as we have sympathy for Italy. They have all made a very significant contribution to the development of bilateral relations, but also to world politics. It was interesting with them. And then they were individuals with their own opinions, and it all concentrated on achieving the maximum result for their own countries, on strengthening sovereignty and states. I still have a lot in Asia. I have already talked about friendly relations.
With China.
With China and with India. I have a very warm relationship with the Prime Minister of India. There is someone to communicate with. But just like any other person, I want to tell you more. First of all, these are my relatives, and some of my friends have been preserved since childhood, so I value this very much. I have either a question or a request to give advice from Tatiana Prokhorev from Chuvashia. Do you have deposits in banks? If so, in which cases? Initially, I had a contribution to the savings bank, but, in my opinion, it has been preserved. And then, when the Bank of Russia was put under sanctions, it was the first financial institution. I just defiantly transferred my money there and, in my opinion, I am transferring my salary there.
So, well, the next question. Did Elvira Nabiulina tell you what the central bank's rate will be tomorrow? I think this is of interest not only to Valery Semenov, who wrote this question from the Pskov region.
Yes, no, she doesn't tell me what the bid will be. She probably doesn't know it herself yet, because they discuss it at the board of directors, their Komsomol cell, and make final decisions during the discussion. But I hope that it will be balanced and will meet the requirements of today. Such a question. Vladimir Zhirinovsky's forecast about the development of the situation in the Middle East and the South Caucasus is coming true. And will other predictions of the profounder come true? Naturally, I was well acquainted with Vladimir Golfovich. He is not a fortune teller, he was not a fortune teller, but he was a man, he loved outrage, and was happy to do the whole thing. He was doing it. But he was a very erudite man, and very well prepared. He was an expert on the Middle East in general. He was really an expert. And everything he said really comes true, because he said it based on an analysis of what was happening in our country and in the world, and predicted the development of the situation. And it's coming true, really. Therefore, but this is exactly a forecast based on real knowledge and on the experience that he had as a specialist.
But I suggest we return to the Blitz a little later, by the end of the program. I think that Dmitry Sergeyevich, 2,200,000 questions.
I don't quite see what you have on the piece of paper. You're pulling a man in Moscow.
I can write Svetlana Shevchenko, Novosibirsk region. The fact is that we are an agricultural and industrial region. We produce products at added value for export, high-quality products. However, recently we have an acute shortage of young personnel in rural areas. We really feel it. Despite the rural mortgage, despite the development of rural areas, there are not enough personnel. Vladimir Vladimirovich, what would you advise us? What measures should be taken to attract new young cadres and retain those who already live in rural areas?
This is a very important issue, because agriculture is one of the key sectors of the Russian economy. As I have already said, it is developing at a good pace, 3% a year. And we cannot but be pleased with what is happening in agriculture. Well, I have already given this example, if I do not confuse anything, in 1986 or something. The Soviet Union bought 35 million tons of grain, and this year, last year, we delivered 66 million tons for export. Back in 2000, in the 2000th year, we already started exporting, but it was 1 and 2, or 1 and 3/10 of a million tons, and now 66 million tons. It just seems impossible, but it happens. We are among the 3 largest exporters of the world food market, and in wheat, we occupy the first place in the world. And despite the fact that last year, we had a record harvest in general, how many there were? 148 million. Now there will be 130, but this is also a very large harvest. We have been stable for 10 years. We have over 100 million tons and a stable, very large resource for export operations. But completely, as I have already said, you have closed this meat to yourself. We export 100%. There are problems related to milk and fruit and vegetable products, but there is also a development program. Everything is gradual, everything is growing, everything is growing. One of the most important problems is social issues in rural areas, housing, culture, education. There is a program of socio-economic development of the village. It is generally funded. But probably this is not enough. But the most important thing is to increase the level of well-being of people who live in rural areas, increase their income level. All other issues will be resolved from this. And we are sure that we will move in this way. And as for personnel, it is also one of the key components. Traditionally, since the Soviet Union, we have always paid great attention to the frame. And now the work in the countryside, it is becoming more and more interesting. It is becoming. This industry is already. It requires high-class, highly qualified specialists, and, moreover, at different levels, both in the field of biology and chemistry. Agronomists are traditional, and so on, in the field of genetics. And we have genetics, for example. the field of genetics of the most important direction, but it is now developing precisely in relation to and in the interests of agriculture at the fastest pace. That's all, in my opinion. It's very interesting. And we need to talk about this not only at events of this kind once a year, but also to talk about it constantly, and create conditions for young people to come and work with interest in this sector of the economy. The state, for its part, will do everything to attract applicants who are necessary for this industry. But manufacturers should do what they do in other industries, that is, create conditions for directing people to training. In a targeted way and in the course of training, they should already select personnel for themselves, ensure their work at enterprises and production practice. All of this together will certainly be provided. They promised the journalist masks. I took off my mask. I just ride the subway, like most people, probably. Here is Andriy Nyazov, Arguments of the Week Uzbekistan, on a volunteer basis, and head of the studio of young and adult journalists and bloggers Mir Molodik, Moscow. The question I have for 45 years this year will be how I started in journalism. I started in Uzbekistan. The last 30 years here. And I see that paper journalism is dying. Maybe bloggers like Vlad Paper will help newspapers that are independent, that do not depend on the state or on businessmen, but only on readers. What do you think to do so that at least the weekly paper press does not die? Because blogs, as they are now, they are not always smart, and not always sincere, and not always good. This is a short question. And I asked the second question to many officials, including Mrs. Zakharova, the press secretary of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. She says, go to Vladimir Vladimirovich on a direct line. That's why I'm trying. This is a lot of our scientists, and a lot of people who see the future, say that within 10 to 12 years, the countries of Europe, Japan, America, the United States, and not only, and the continent of America can go underwater or die. Will the people stay? They will start asking for us, Vladimir Vladimirovich, and not against us. Maybe they should be told about it in advance. This is hypothetical, of course, but there are forecasts. I read a lot, and mostly newspapers, and not all sorts of telegram channels, liars and all the rest. Here are two questions I have for you.
Excuse me.
Remember, I don't even know whether to tell me this or not. We'll tell you. Well, you know this famous joke, a joke when a family is sitting at the table and a little boy says, here's a crossword puzzle solving. Name the word from 3 letters. Mom to him boom with a spoon on the forehead. He says, for what? It's a house. Dad takes his wife, boom. About the house. You have to think about the house. You have to think about the house. You have just said about the fact that something will happen. Some continents will go underwater. And we should think about what to do with these people. You have to think about the house. I listened to you so attentively. You are such an energetic person. Let me finish. Thank you very much. Why am I saying this? Because the forecasts you mentioned are ephemeral calculations. This is done by serious scientists who say that permafrost will melt. And there are huge problems for the environment here, because these emissions into the atmosphere come from here. More than from all cars combined around the world. If they melt, then the coastal regions of the Russian Federation, they may also be under threat. But first of all, we have entire villages, cities on stilts that are driven into the permafrost. Something is already crackling there. That's what we have to think about. And our coastal cities, including even St. Petersburg. Do you understand? We built a dam for him, which we have dreamed of since the time of Peter the Great. But we have to think about what will happen next with the coastal ones. The house must be thought of first of all. But if someone moves to us, we have 2 and 3/10% unemployment. It is absent. We are talking about labor migration and the problems that arise in this regard. But you're right, we should think about it. If there is any serious influx, we need to think about what to do with it, where and how to place people. But we have the largest country in terms of territory in the world. But do you know how many people live behind the Ural Ridge? 12 million or something. But what is this? And we have a place to settle people. But in principle, we need to think in advance about social and other infrastructure, and so on, about the rules. But in fact, this is not an idle question. So you are outlining it all with outrage, but in fact, there is a question. But, I repeat once again, first of all, we need to be about the problems that arise in our country. Now paper journalism, and help firm Vlad paper. But I think that such guys, of course, are happy to support you, especially since in this case, we are talking about paper journalism. But I think that paper journalism will also have its place in this huge changing world, just like a paper book. But there is an opportunity to look through the gadget, and everything is in a good font. Everything is set out in different languages. To be honest, I use it myself sometimes. But picking up a book is another story. Not only because there are pictures there, although it is also interesting to see, and it is also a work of art. Sometimes an illustration of a book. It's a work of art. Therefore, paper journalism is to pick up the same news or Komsomolskaya Pravda, look through it, dig around. There's a buzz to it, isn't there? I hope that those who are engaged in paper journalism will also take this into account and will maintain this interest. Probably the public's interest that still exists. And the most important thing is the content. Because no matter what the carrier is, the most important thing is how Vlad paper said. What's inside the content? That's the most important thing. If a paper medium has decent, interesting content, compared to some kind of internet husk, it will not go anywhere. It will not die.
Vladimir Vladimirovich, let's think about the house. First of all, healthy. The fact is that this is one of those topics that Russians are most often interested in. If you look at the statistics, actually second place. They also ask about the shortage of doctors in polyclinics and the shortage of medicines often. I propose now to withdraw Irina Yuryevna Sikeva from Nizhny Novgorod by telephone. Irina Yuryevna, good afternoon. Your question. Hello, dear Vladimir Vladimirovich. My name is Irina Sikeva. I'm from Nizhny Novgorod, turning to you with a request to pay attention to our free medicine. First of all, I want to express my sincere gratitude for the renovated premises of the polyclinics. Thank God. They are being brought into a divine form. But polyclinics are sorely lacking narrow specialists and district therapists. Doctors go to paid clinics. And what should we pensioners, poor citizens do? For the second month, I can't enroll my father to a cardiologist. He's after a heart attack. The doctor takes it only once a week. There is no electronic record, as the doctor is not on a full-time basis. For a ticket, you need to take a queue at 5 or 6 in the morning to stand on the street. And it's not a fact that you will get a ticket. The queue is on the street until 7 in the morning. That is, until the opening of the polyclinic. Many elderly people cannot afford such a test. We hope that you will understand this issue. Thank you very much in advance.
Irina Yuryevna. Irina Yuryevna. Medical issues. I see them in the context of the whole complex of issues. In second place, in my opinion, are. This is always a very important issue in all countries, by the way, and in countries with so-called developed market economies. And there even today, perhaps, it is even more acute than in our country. Well, what to think about them? You need to think about yourself. You need to think about the house, I agree. Therefore, thank you for noting the renovated polyclinic. here they are, they said. It means that something is happening after all. And we have a whole program. I'll tell you what it is. Because the main problem with personnel is the problem is in the primary health care. We have hospitals and doctors are known to work there. There is practically no question with the personnel there. But there is a primary link from this, but an understandable conclusion follows from this. This is primarily a question of the organization of healthcare in the regions of the Russian Federation. But if we look at the turnover of beds in hospitals, we will see that they are not completely filled during the year. And at the same time, there are problems in the primary health care, in polyclinics, district hospitals, where they work every day. And this is the task of local authorities in the field of healthcare, to distribute the load. This is the first one. The second one is related to personnel training. But we try. The Ministry of Health is trying to attract as many applicants as possible, and this process is underway. We have started paying extra now in small settlements to doctors and nurses 50 and, in my opinion, God forbid, in my opinion, 29,000. And that matters too. We are seeing for the first time in previous years, in my opinion, an influx of 17,500 specialists. But they are still not enough. So, let's go back to the organization of healthcare, to the fact that it is necessary to continue work on strengthening the primary care. And all this, of course, needs to be done at a much greater, better pace than it has been so far. But I can't disagree with that. But in your particular case, colleagues, do you have data for me? We will try. We will not try, but we will definitely absolutely help with your dad. Let's continue the topic of medicine. An important topic. Compared to last year, the number of appeals and questions about the shortage of medicines has decreased this year, but nevertheless, they are there and mainly relate to obtaining preferential drugs on prescriptions. For example, a pensioner from Kirk writes, I have oncology, they prescribed free medicines. The last time I received them 3 months ago, I called the hotline in Simferopol. They replied that there were no medicines. Now I have to buy them myself. Help me figure it out. And it's not just about expensive drugs. The situation with the shortage of ordinary saline in pharmacies was also particularly noticeable. Saline solution. Yes, and also people suffering from diabetes, they complain of interruptions in receiving insulin. Here, for example, several messages of Rashid Godinov writes, in the city of Neftekamsk, I have not been able to get insulin for 4 months. Previously, I received it in the hospital. Now I do not give it out. I can't buy it at the pharmacy either. Vitaly Mayarov, the city of Atkarsk, Saratov region. I have been suffering from type I diabetes for 50 years. I don't remember such a poor provision of insulin and test strips for all the time. Vladimir Vladimirovich, at what stage is the development of domestic pharmacology now? And how do you assess the provision of the population with basic drugs for the treatment of oncological and other acute diseases? Yes, the question is extremely important, as well as the provision of specialists, doctors of pharma. The most important direction of our activity. You know, I was the chairman of the government of the Russian Federation. It was in 2008 year. At that time, we were still working on the development of our own pharmaceutical industry. In the 2008 year, they began to talk about it. They began to create certain programs. In the 2009 year, these programs were formulated, but they were called differently, but the essence is the same. The development of our own pharmaceutical industry. And I don't remember now how much money we planned at that time, how much we invested. But the pharma itself developed mainly with the support, with the help of the state, with the help of the federal, as a rule, the federal budget. Today, for the first time, not for the first time, our pharmaceutical companies have started investing their own resources in development right now, and this is quite a large investment, amounting to tens of billions of rubles. 40 billion, maybe, to invest. There are their own development programs. They have begun to create their own drugs based on their own molecules. They have begun to create their own substances, which we did not have before. We have started to produce complex medicines, including for the fight against oncological diseases. This is developing very well in St. Petersburg. For insulin, too. So, as for test strips and so on, but it's just, it's just such failures and shortcomings in the activities of the relevant departments and on the ground. In general, money is allocated in full for all these drugs. This is a matter of organizing trades and timely decision-making. And, of course, I will definitely talk to my colleagues in the government and in the constituent entities of the Russian Federation. You just need to do everything on time and correctly navigate what the needs of the market are, how they are developing. We have a pharma development program. It is now included in the Technological Leadership Project. There is a separate direction of this work for drugs, as for vital and necessary medicines, by the 30th year. We should reach 90% of providing our own drugs, and for medical devices, by 40%. In general, this work is moving and moving at a good pace. Well, it's probably work, it's huge, and there is, and please give us these failures too. We will definitely look. That is, not probably, but exactly they are. You mentioned insulin, and we have always had enough insulin in general. Saline is nothing at all. But I know I'm trying to keep an eye on it, of course. As for these saline solutions, it's not about saline solutions, about packages, but just in a timely manner to departments. The Ministries of Industry and Trade, the Ministry of Health, did not make a decision on the prices of this package in a timely manner. And for manufacturers, the cost that was offered became unprofitable. We got to the point that we started buying this package abroad. But to date, all decisions have been made, but I really hope that these failures will not happen. But so we'll look at the specific case, of course. Thank you. Dmitry Sergeyevich, we are passing the baton. Thank you, let's go to the gym. Well, we're not going that far. Come on, please. Well, let's not do that anyway. No, well, that's how we are. Yes, we are now. Now there will be chaos then, and we will not be able to cope with it, No, please.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Ksenia Aksionova, SPA's TV channel. I will ask questions that are combined with the phrase of a man whom, as I know, you respect very much, and whom the whole Russian church loves. This is the confessor of our patriarch, the elder or Nozdrin. At the beginning of the special operation, he named 3 conditions for victory: ban abortions, ban swearing, and bury Lenin's body. Here are 3 questions on these 3 points. The first one is abortions. Our patriarch speaks from year to year about removing abortions from the CHE, because this is not a medical procedure, and it does not cure, but only cripples. And the leaders of Russia's traditional religions support our patriarch in this. Tell me, will it be done? Second, pro-mat, you have recently exhaustively stated that this is anti-Maliva and the summoning of dark forces. In order not to repeat myself about the mat, I will ask specifically about the dark forces, because Russia is currently experiencing a boom in esotericism, occultism, fortune-telling, and accessible pornography. And people now spend more money on psychics than on doctors. Porn sites are now the most visited in our country. Tell me, will there be any measures to limit these obviously dangerous activities? And the third, about the burial of Lenin's body, I am not talking now about the assessment of his activities. You have given it more than once, but specifically about the fulfillment of the will of him and his family, and that, nevertheless, An embalmed body in a mausoleum is an absolutely pagan and God-defying custom. Tell me, please, what prevents Lenin's body from being buried?
The questions are clearly not for an extended press conference and not for a straight line. They are all extremely sensitive and sharp. As for abortions, of course, we should think about religious beliefs here. Please sit down. Religious beliefs did not suffer, and we solved issues related to demography, but at the same time, we need to think about the level of well-being of Russian families with children and their future, and about the right of women to make some decisions. This is a delicate issue that is not resolved during the press conference, as well as porn sites and so on. You see, someone is unhappy with the fact that it slows down. Really not so, it is possible and so. To talk in our country. Yes, porn sites are watched, in my opinion, all over the world. And first porn sites, and then it will be necessary to order like a cutlet. Do you understand? In everything, in the whole world. It's not just our problem, it's the problem of many other countries. The answer may be what? And in general, any prohibitions, they have the right to exist. But you should always offer an alternative that is more interesting than porn sites. That's so that a person would get in there and open a porn site. You hear? I've already seen that. And I want to see something else that captures a person, you know. The same applies to the burial of Lenin's body. Well, at some point, society will probably approach this. But today, especially today in Russia, we should not take a single step that would split our society. So I'm going to speak out because of this. But in general, or am I, of course, right? I love him and always listen to what he says. But I know he told me about it. Let's go to that sector. There is a Kolesnikov who is there. The number is forgotten by me, if possible. Please, Andriy. Good afternoon. Andriy Kolesnikov, Kommersant newspaper. Good afternoon. Vladimir Vladimirovich, almost 3 years of war have passed. We have all changed a lot during this time. The war changed everyone. And what has changed in you? Did you understand something about yourself? And here's another question, if Dmitry Sergeyevich doesn't mind. It's just that no one asks, they won't ask anymore, but they're curious. Some time ago, as it is known, US President Joe Biden pardoned his son Hunter, who was convicted of perjury when buying weapons. Everyone spoke out on this, there was a lot of excitement. Somehow you didn't say anything. Maybe I do not know, you have nothing to say about this. How do you like this at all? Thank you. Sometimes they say the silence of gold. It's better to keep silent. As for that, thank you for this question, by the way. As for the fact that Biden pardoned his son, although he promised not to do so. Such a subtle thing. We have other examples in the history of our country. The painting Ivan the Terrible and his son Ivan is well known to everyone. We all know whether this is a legend or not, just like legend or not, what happened to the son of Peter the Great, with Alexei. Or with Stalin. This is not a legend, when Stalin refused the offer to change his son Yakov, who was in captivity, our Field Marshal Paulus. He said that I'm not changing a soldier for a marshal. You understand, this is a human decision. But then what was the situation like? In our country, even surrender was considered a betrayal. Why? And you can say anything about it. At that time, the country simply faced not a possible defeat, but a possible total destruction of not only the country, but also of our entire people. And then it was about the survival of an ethnic group, a nation. And the measures of the struggle for victory were tough, if not cruel. And given this mood in society, which, apparently, he supported with the head of state Stalin, it did not give him the opportunity to save his son. And he said what he said, and did what he did. As is known, his son was executed in the camp. Paulsa was used at the Nuremberg trials. When he entered the hall, everyone gasped. No one expected to see him there. But as for Biden, you know, he is always a politician here, and it always matters which is more in you, a politician or a person. It turned out that there was more than one person in Biden. I wouldn't blame him for that.
There was the first part of Andrei Kolesnikov's question about 3 years of special operations and the passage of military operations.
Have you apologized for the last 3 years? You know, we all change. We change every day, every hour. I think that everyone present in the hall, and those who listen and see us, is also changing. That's life. Everything flows, everything changes. But these 3 years, they are, of course, more than 2, they, of course, have been a serious test for all of us, for the whole country. And for me, that. You know, I'll tell you frankly, we are joking now, and here, and laughter is heard in the hall. I started joking less and almost stopped laughing. But there is another circumstance. Of course, I began to improve, as I think, the skills I have, at least let's call it, in finding key issues, and in the opportunities to focus attention and energy on solving them. We continue. Let's go to the poorly opposite sector. I see Arbsi. Arbsi, please. Give the microphone there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Polina Himshishvili, Arbsi. Literally in continuation of the question you asked, you said that you began to laugh and smile less. If you could go back to February of the 22nd year, would you change your mind?
Well, such a hypothetical question, if you could go back. You know, if I could look at the situation, of course, knowing what is happening now, the situation in the 22nd year, what would I think? This is about the fact that such a decision, which was made at the beginning of the 22nd year, it should have been taken earlier. This is the first one. And secondly, knowing about this, it was just necessary to start preparing for these events, including the quo. After all, we are. And the Crimean events, they were just spontaneous. And we also started the events of the 22nd year without any special preparation for them. But why did they start? But because it was no longer possible to stand still and endure, and wait for the situation to worsen for us. That's what it's all about. The Kiev authorities have announced that they will not implement the Law agreements. They said it directly. They have made their claims for some kind of weapons of mass destruction. We saw that we were deceived about the Minsk agreements. For 8 years, the war and slaughter, the destruction of people in the Donbas have been going on there. Nothing is happening. They have abandoned the Minsk agreements. Moreover, we have seen that the military development of these territories has simply begun. With the parallel destruction of everything connected with Russia. It was simply impossible to stay in the state we were in any longer. They forced us to take these actions. If we knew what would happen in advance, we would, of course, have to carry out such serious, systematic preparation. That's what I would have it in mind. Dear friends, we have been working for 4 hours already. Here we go. 4. Let's let our colleagues. That's what it is. Hooray. Hooray. Here, yes, woman, stand up, please. Yes, yes, please. Yes. Give me the microphone, please.
Thank you, Vladimir Vladimirovich. Hello, Ekaterina Lazareva, Araro Agency. You mentioned European leaders today. You mentioned the new and current American leader. My question is this: in the 25th year, Russia will celebrate the 80th anniversary of victory in the Great Patriotic War, and I know that you are already inviting leaders of different countries. But at the same time, if we recall, the anniversary of the Allied landings in Normandy this year was celebrated. France didn't invite us. There will be commemorative events in Auschwitz in January 2025 year. Also, as far as I know, we are not invited. Have you sent an invitation to our allies in the anti-Hitler coalition to come to Moscow for the victory anniversary in the 25th year? And in general, is it important for you that some of them, or the leaders of the United States, Great Britain, maybe France, come to Moscow, or at least representatives of these countries?
Well, first of all, as for inviting us anywhere, we are not going anywhere. First of all, we feel good at home. We need to strengthen ourselves. This is the first thing. And that's the whole point of our work. The first one. Secondly, we will never forget about the sacrifices that were brought to our peoples on the altar of victory over Nazism. This is the most important thing, so that we do not forget it. The fact that other countries are trying to forget this is natural for them, for today's leaders, because they are on it. For them, this is a line of attack on Russia as a whole. How to forget, move, not remember. But that's their business. We will be glad to see everyone who wishes to come to us to celebrate this significant date. Although I signed some invitations, but in general, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is engaged in this. And my position is that we are generally open to anyone who wants to be with us these days in Moscow and celebrate this date. We will be glad to see everyone, including the participants of the anti-Hitler coalition, who and the participants of this coalition have made a significant contribution to solving the issue of victory over Nazism. Both the United States and Great Britain with its northern convoys. And there were heroic people there too. We love and respect them. Still, in my opinion, the veterans remained alive. They acted really heroic, the sailors of Great Britain, but also when landing in France, the Americans fought in the north of France. Their participation is incomparable, and their losses are incomparable with the losses of the Soviet people in the Great Patriotic War. We have 27 million, and how many are there in the USA? 500,000 died. There are even less in the UK. There are 400,000, in my opinion, there are not. Although in the First World War, in my opinion, they lost 1.5 million. Therefore, the contribution to the victory, of course, is different, but their participation was worth a lot. If only because they were with us, they supported us under Lend-Lease. We, however, paid for it in full. When I became president, we fully paid off even on Lend-Lease. The Americans took this money off the nose, you know. We gave it away completely. Despite the fact that so many years have passed, we nevertheless appreciate the contribution of our allies to the common struggle. And we will be glad to see everyone who wants to share the joy of victory with us. Mr. President, we still have many questions, including personal ones. Let's ask all this more in the audience. No noise, please, no noise. Otherwise, we'll finish. And Nemel, get up there, Yamel, what did you catch there? Vladimir Vladimirovich, hello. Yamel Media, Zhizno Andriy. Western countries have imposed more than 20,000 different sanctions. 40 already, in my opinion. 42,000. But I honestly don't think so. But they are especially worried about our progressive development in the Arctic. It has come to the point that they openly declare that their goal is to destroy, even kiln projects in the Arctic. But this is the production of liquefied natural gas. What are they so afraid of? Do you think they are somehow able to influence our pace of development in the Arctic, and how will we respond? What are they afraid of? They are afraid of competition, and use the means of political struggle for unfair competition. The well-known company Novatech, it is not a leader. Other countries, including the United States, produce more of this, but we are growing. But they are trying to prevent us from growing. This means an unfair means of deterring competition absolutely. And this is bad after all for them, because if they fight competition in such ways, and not in economic ways, they will lose their competitiveness someday. But it won't be tomorrow, but it will happen someday if it continues. Are they bothering us or not? They interfere, create problems. Create. Will they be able to close it all down, kill us completely? No, they can't. They will cause us some damage and harm, but, of course, we will get out of this situation, as well as from other situations with energy supplies. Moreover, the energy needs, from the point of view of the development of the world economy, they still continue. This need is growing, it will grow. This is not our data, this is data from world economic institutions. And this product will simply be in demand on world markets. We will continue to do this and will increase our share in the global markets. By the way, for the supply of pipe gas, Ukraine also refused to extend the contract, the transit contract. It's not us who refused, it's Ukraine who refuses. Ukraine refused to extend the contract, although it received from us there about $700 or $800 million of weather for the contract. Now there are questions about what to do with it. But this is not our problem. It is Ukraine that has blocked the supply of our gas to European consumers. On the one hand, they bite out of their hands, because only with the support of the West, including from Europe, it can exist. Not only to fight, to exist. And at the same time, it creates problems for them by blocking the supply of our relatively cheap gas to Europe. There will be no such contract. Everything is already clear. Well, we will survive. Gazprom will survive this. By the way, you know what? Quite recently, our special services reported to me that, in my opinion, saboteurs were detained in Slovakia. Moreover, it is clear that Ukrainian saboteurs with maps of the location of gas energy facilities in Slovakia. Of course, I was only informed about this literally yesterday or the day before yesterday. Nevertheless, I will ask, through partner channels, communications are maintained so that our special services still request their colleagues. What is it all the same? It's not enough that terrorist attacks are being carried out in our country. Now they are also being carried out in European countries. I repeat once again, deadlines are being fed, deadlines are being pecked. And they have already moved on to attempts to carry out terrorist attacks on the territory of Europe. But this is their choice, our development of cooperation, and we will achieve our goals. Cosmos, come on, now, calm down, please, calm down. And the BBC, I see now. Now you will get the opportunity to attack us, come on. Yes, at all times we are only defending ourselves. Thank you. And in fact, I am the own correspondent of the Russian service of the State Television of China, here in Moscow. Just a word, it is. Already. Attracted our Chinese. They always tell me that. I felt it. But we work here in Russia. I am a citizen of Russia, although I consider myself a foreign journalist. I can start with a question from the guest house of China, from Xi, because after all, thanks to the name, I got here. We have been working here for the second year already. There is one question. The results of the year of the program are called today. And you have been saying for a year that. I probably don't remember the exact wording of the Chinese peace initiatives. But you said that they are more real than all the others proposed by the intermediary countries. But if we discard everything, we all remember and heard the statement that the West has exhausted the limit of trust. Russia was deceived by European leaders, they themselves admitted it. Here, if we talk about specifics, and here Mr. Trump says that his assistant Keith Kellogg says that it is possible to end the war, even before the inauguration on January 20th. That's if suddenly. But we are not talking about not joining NATO, of this or that country. Just stop the fire any here at some 1 minute time. Is this possible? Is Russia ready to take at least such a simple step? If the European partners succeed, the American partners will be able to persuade Kiev, because, well, really everything. The whole world is tired of the Ukrainian crisis. People in Russia, too, it seems to me, already want peace. And such a simple step. No one is risking anything. Just stop where you are at one moment. If someone does not fulfill a promise, does not keep a promise, then in principle everything can continue. Nobody loses anything. Just stop here at some point at one point. And the second, can I ask you a question right away? Since this is still a combined format, I live in Korolev, and I would like to ask you to pay attention to the largest science city in Russia, because, frankly, we have a lot of questions from the residents of Korolev. Now the National Space Center is being built in the center of Khrushchev. Many residents of Korolev, and this is 250,000 people, residents of the Moscow region, are still perplexed. Do we remain the space capital historically, where Korolev, the leading designers, worked, or not? We need a special economic zone in the city, for example, on the territory of a house-building plant, which are now trying to divide this territory, because the city needs some kind of impetus. We need to return the title of the historical space capital of the country to Korolev, because, well, Arsk Energia will continue to work, and so on, and so on. I'm sorry for the long question, but for this, the third entrance is needed in the city. Everyone is asking very much, because traffic jams are 4 hours long. We're going to finish here now, and go stand in this beautiful notorious traffic jam, for 3.5 hours. We need an overpass. A lot. There we have a little problem with democracy in the city a little bit. I'm sorry, it boiled over. Here. You somehow combine two roles at once, and not a straight line and a press conference. Well, in general, yes. The third entrance to Korolev is simple. We even drove along this overpass, personally. Here we need a third entrance to Korolev, because, well, we're all drowning. We can't stand in these traffic jams. I think all of Korolev is just clapping and applauding right now, because if you can solve this, then we will be very happy. Thank you very much, colleagues, I'm sorry, and that's it. Your employer won't praise you for the second part of your question. That's not why he sent you here. But you understood my message correctly. You need to think about the house. This is absolutely true. And there the issue of entry to Korolev was discussed. I just know this from our previous conversations about the development of Korolev as a space capital. Another center will be built in Moscow and is already being built, a very important center, from the point of view of the development of the space industry. But Korolev is a well-known, recognized center. I'm not going to go into details now, but Korolev, as a science city, certainly deserves due attention. I will definitely talk to my colleagues in the Moscow region, with those who are engaged in aviation and space. There are different plans there. The idea of creating a special economic zone, it has certain grounds. I'm not going to say the final decision now either, but it's definitely something that can and should be thought about. In general, think about how to use the potential, the Queen. You are absolutely right here. This is the first one. Secondly, as for the peace initiatives of the People's Republic of China, these are the peace initiatives of Brazil, the South African Republic of South Africa. Why did we pay attention to this? Because this is a sincere attempt to find a solution. In our opinion, this attempt is so balanced and does not impose anything on either side, neither Ukraine nor Russia. Therefore, This is done by neutral countries that do not interfere in the conflict as, for example, Western states do, which are actually fighting with us with the hands of Ukrainians. Therefore, what they are proposing, of course, it is necessary to think 100 times, because it is actually a belligerent party. Now, is it possible to stop the fighting right now? Do you understand what's going on? I told you about this, that there is a depletion of military equipment, ammunition, and, most importantly, personnel on the part of the Ukrainian armed forces. Exhaustion. What is real on the battlefield we see today? Here is our army going forward. The enemy cannot gain a foothold in those positions to which he has retreated on a given day, at a given minute of time. He has moved away organized, but he cannot gain a foothold there. Our guys are going again tomorrow. And so on, and on, and on. It is worth stopping for a week. This means giving the enemy the opportunity to gain a foothold in these positions. Give them the opportunity to rest and get the necessary equipment, ammunition, which is very important from the point of view of personnel training. This will give an opportunity not like today. They recruit people from the streets, as I have already said at the Ministry of Defense, because they grab stray dogs. But at least they bring stray dogs to hotel cages, conditionally, for stray animals. Then they try to distribute them to families. And here they just throw them under bullets. There is no time to prepare. And our guys record it on the battlefield. The preparation is not the same at all. This is not a Soviet military training school. That's another story. Even those who are trained in Western countries do not pull in comparison with the Soviet school. They don't pull. Because they are the ones who cook, they have never fought. They don't know how to do anything themselves. What do they teach? So, for a long period relative to the truce, it will give the enemy the opportunity to do this. Prepare and retrain their personnel. In some battalions of the Ukrainian army, 35% of the personnel. There is a battalion, there are no personnel inside. You want to give us the opportunity to be staffed. We don't need a truce, we need a long-term, lasting peace. Guaranteed for the Russian Federation and its citizens. It is a difficult question, how to provide these guarantees. But in general, you can search. But as for short-term truces, this is the proposal that the Hungarian Prime Minister, Mr. Orban, addressed to me. That's what he told me. I think Victor won't be angry with me if I reveal at least part of our conversation. He says, well, what is it worth with you? What does it cost you for a day or two? It's an Easter, Christmas truce. But the enemy will not be able to do anything in these 2 or 3 days. I said, well, yes, it probably is. But you will first talk to the Ukrainian side. We have agreed at least 3 times to events of this kind on shipping in the Black Sea, on energy infrastructure, and so on and so on. Erdogan suggested to me, ask your president. So it was, he offered me as an intermediary. I say, I have to think about it. Then the next day, I called him, we agree, and suddenly once, the head of the Ukrainian regime announces, no negotiations, no truce. Then I call him and Erdogan. I say, well, what? He says, well, these are our partners. I say, all right. Now I asked Orban. He also proposed a Christmas truce. He also proposed an exchange of prisoners. I didn't refuse anything. He said, in principle, we need to think about it. But you will ask them. He asked. The next day, the head of the regime declared that there would be no truce, no exchange of prisoners. Here is the answer to your question. We've been on the air for more than 4 hours, we're going to roll up. Yes, BBC, I promised. Yes, please.
They promised to attack.
Yes, you promised to attack. But they are happy to do it without a promise. My job is like this, they get paid. Exactly 25 years ago, Boris Nikolaevich Yeltsin resigned, handed over power to you, and told you to take care of Russia. 25 years later, do you think you have saved Russia? Because from the outside, what do we see? We see significant losses in the so-called CERT, which you announced. We see Ukrainian soldiers who are in the Kursk region. You criticize the expansion of NATO, but there is more NATO on the borders of Russia, Sweden, Finland. Sanctions of high inflation, demographic problems. But how do you think you have saved your country? Yes, I believe that I did not just protect. I believe that we moved away from the edge of the abyss. Because everything that happened with Russia before and after led us to a complete, in fact total loss of our sovereignty. And without sovereignty, Russia cannot exist as an independent state. I would like to draw your attention to what you said about Boris Nikolaevich Yeltsin. Everything seemed to be fine. His patronage was patted on the shoulder. They didn't even notice when he took a little drink. He was very pleasant in all Western circles. As soon as he raised his voice in defense of Yugoslavia, as soon as he said that it was contrary to international law and the UN Charter, as soon as he said that it was unacceptable in modern Europe to strike Belgrade, the capital of a European state, without the sanctions of the UN Security Council, they immediately began to persecute him, they immediately started calling him names. And he is such a drunk, and so on and so on. Don't you remember that? And I have done everything to ensure that Russia is an independent sovereign power that is able to make decisions in its own interests, and not in the interests of those countries that dragged it to them, patting it on the shoulder, in order to use it for their own purposes. Here, in principle, it could be limited to this. I understand that you have now outlined the whole set, which supports your theses. Did you say about inflation? Yes, there is inflation. We will fight this. But we also have economic growth rates. We ranked 4th in the world in terms of purchasing power parity. This, please, inform your readers. The first place in Europe, far behind the UK. Great Britain, in my opinion, is not even in the top 5. We are ready to work with the UK if the UK wants to work with us. But if this does not happen, it is not necessary. We will cope without our former allies in the anti-Hitler coalition. Vladimir Vladimirovich, there are a lot of questions from Russians, including personal ones. There is not much time. So I suggest also in the blitz mode. We'll be finishing up.
You have a dream not of a state character, but of a personal one. What do you dream about?
There is, of course, but it's a personal dream. Can I keep it to myself? From social networks, Alexander Pukov's question asks, are you a happy person? Do you think this is a question for the Blitz? It's up to me to answer yes or no. How do I tell you yes or no? Do you understand what's going on? The fact is that everyone is well aware that I was born into a simple working-class family. My ancestors forced the Danube in the 19th century. And they brought me a paper from the archive where one of my ancestors was awarded the Saint George Cross. One of the first Saint George Crosses. Then my father, we are all my relatives, and on my mother's side, on my father's side, fought on the fronts of the Great Patriotic War. A lot of people died. I do not know, I do not know. Every second died. My father was an invalid of the Great Patriotic War. Then I served in the Foreign Intelligence Service. My work has always been associated with the service of the fatherland. And, of course, it is not the first time that people, citizens of Russia, have entrusted me to lead the Russian state. This is a huge honor and a huge responsibility. And, in principle, one could say that's all. I'm happy, thank you. One could, say, fear God. What could be more? But the fact is that this happiness cannot be complete until our guys return from the front. Until their mothers and wives meet them, and their children embrace them. While our young people, girls, boys, will not create the right number of families for the country, for Russia, and have children. I really want our scientists, artists, and cultural figures to realize their plans. Only then will it be possible to say that I am happy.
There is a question from St. Petersburg. Why are you called names by different foreigners, and you are silent?
It depends on the level of culture. I have already said once, whoever is called names, that's what they are called. And this is done, in my opinion, out of impotence. And us. Why should we demonstrate this impotence? We have enough arguments to state our position clearly and clearly. Some from Stavropol cry, do you have any duty that you hate? No. Because, if people are not entrusted to carry out the functions of the president of the country, there are certain responsibilities. I set myself up to perform them with dignity, at least with full dedication. But I know that if I take the practice of hating or disliking something because of what is included in my official duties, then the desired result will not be achieved. That's why I've been building myself up for a long time, building myself up to the fact that everything I have to do with pleasure.
A question from the Nizhny Novgorod region, whose portrait is hanging in your office.
I don't have a portrait in my office. I have an icon in one office, and in another office there is a bust of Lomonosov. Another text message from Moscow. Could they give political asylum to Zelensky, because he will need it soon? I don't know. I don't think it will be necessary. I think it is quite likely. I do not know how he will act, but it is quite likely that, just like some people from the top political leadership of Ukraine, they have gone abroad, and it is quite likely that he is going. But he will also be taken for maintenance, the interests of which he serves today. But if he, so suddenly, like the devil out of a snuff box, appeared somewhere and said that I needed political asylum, well, Russia does not refuse anyone.
Question from Tatiana Kostyuchenko. What is Russia for you?
This is such a complex issue. Russia is, of course. Here's the map opposite. This is first of all, or like any country, it is a huge territory. But it's not just the territory, it's history, culture, it's our customs and traditions. It's all in Russia. But still, the most important thing is people. And do you know what I catch myself on sometimes, especially lately? When I watch something. Here, I rarely watch TV. There is no time there. I almost never visit the internet. But when I look at the achievements, the successes of our people. Right now, the World Championship was in swimming. Guys were coming out. Here's the torso like this. The guys are healthy, powerful, confident, world champions. The girls are beautiful. I look at the boys and girls who are achieving success at international Olympiads. I look at our young scientists, with whom I recently met. I tell you honestly, I look at it and rejoice in it, as I would rejoice in the success of my family members. That's without any exaggeration. Here I look and rejoice, as if these are my close people. That's why I look at Russia as a family.
Vladimir Vladimirovich, millions of viewers have been watching us for more than 4.5 hours. We have answered a lot of questions. It is clear that there is much more to come. In conclusion, what else would you like to say to the citizens of our country?
I have just said that I treat Russia as my family. And in this regard, probably this is what. We are working with you, talking on the eve of very bright holidays, both the New Year and Christmas. I talk to many representatives of different faiths, and they all tell me, Shamichu, we all celebrate Christmas in the same way as our neighbors celebrate Eid al-Adha, and so on. Or the pace marks this. You know, here I am, when I meet with representatives of a denomination, I often ask them, here are people for you. When they communicate at such a household level, what do they most often talk about? What do they regret? This is not about the secret of confession, of course, but still. Do you know what the answer is? They regret what? They paid too little attention to children. On the eve of the New Year, this is a family holiday, and especially Christmas. I would like to wish that more attention was paid to their loved ones. And I want to wish everyone success, happiness, and prosperity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.